like to welcome all you tonight to this public meeting, which will be held in a hybrid state, in person and with electronic format in accordance with House Bill 5002 of the Open and Public Meetings Act amendments, signed into law on June 25th of 2020. In-person attendance will be allowed in the Syracuse City chambers tonight. We are actually in a conference room at 1979 West, 1900 South. In consideration of the COVID pandemic, social distancing and mask wearing is encouraged but not required. The meeting will be streamed live on the Syracuse City YouTube channel, and public participation will be allowed via Zoom through the link below. And if you're joining us, you obviously have that link. I would like to mention before we begin tonight the absence of a couple of members of our council. Lisa Bingham has a personal emergency in her own home and will not be joining us tonight. And then Jordan, you're going to be leaving us for about an hour to attend the celebration of your daughter's accomplishments at the junior high. So we'll excuse Jordan for about an hour to go attend that presentation of his daughter. I would like to call the meeting to order, and I've asked Dave if he'd offer the prayer and Seth the Pledge of Allegiance. David?
Our kind Father in heaven, we are grateful for the many blessings that we have in the city. We're grateful for the peace, the calm that we can enjoy, that we don't have the chaos that others may endure. We are blessed with prosperity, and we pray for continued prosperity here in our city for all of our citizens, that we may be able to continue to live together in harmony. We are eternally grateful for the rain that we received this weekend, and we pray for more as we are in a drought and we struggle with that. We pray this night that we will make wise decisions, that we will be guided by thy Spirit to have calm discussion and be respectful. And we say these things humbly in the name of thy Son, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. Will the audience please rise, face the flag, and repeat after me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Cassie, do we have any public comment by way of email?
No, there were no emails tonight.
Okay, thank you. I have one other assignment, if you would. Corinne, would you act for Lisa, her not being here, as we lead off in discussions? So when we lead off on discussions, if you'll act for Lisa. We're at agenda number C, discussion regarding proposed amendments to the public safety impact fee and the IFA, the impact fee facilities plan, the IFFP. And Steve, is this you?
Yeah. All right, Council, in your packet, you have the updates for the public safety impact fee plans and also some comparatives. On the call tonight is Susie Becker from Zions Bank. She is the one that helped put these plans together. So I'm going to turn the time over to her to let her do a short presentation, and then we'll go from there.
Great, thanks, Steve. Let's see. There we go. I'm hoping you can all see this, and thank you for the opportunity to work with Syracuse. As always, it's a delight to work with your city and your staff. They're great. So I'm just going to go through this really quickly. There's several slides. First of all, what are impact fees? I think we all know that. One-time fee charged to new development to offset only the capital costs, no operating costs associated with new development. We can only do system, not project improvements based on what Utah code tells us. If you want to read a lot about it, it's section 11-36A. So specifically for public safety, it means police and fire stations, any training facilities, and only fire vehicles that cost in excess of $500,000. That's specific in the Utah code. And by law, you have to have 2 documents: an impact fee facilities plan, IFFP, and an impact fee analysis, which is called the IFA. Okay, so the first document, the IFFP, it's more the technical document. It evaluates by law existing service levels, what you're proposing in the future, and do you currently have any excess capacity? And then it also talks about the demand that's created by new development. And there's really 2 main cost components. These last parts here, can we buy into existing excess capacity, or do we need new facilities to serve the needs of new development within the next 10 years, which is our planning period? As you know, impact fees have to be spent within 6 years when they're collected. And the law, generally, the attorneys have interpreted it to mean we can have about a 10-year planning period. So then the impact fee analysis is more the financial document, where the other is more the capital facility document. And it's just proportionately shares these costs that are identified in the IFFP amongst new development. And so you're going to have these 2 main cost components. Again, you're either going to buy in to excess capacity, you're going to construct new facilities, and then we'll have some minor costs with fund balances. We have to credit engineering, financial consultants who've been involved. And then if we have outstanding bonds, we also need to make credits so we don't charge new development twice. So with that really broad umbrella, let's go through a little more specifically, and I can explain how these apply in your case. So growth is what causes the demand for new facilities, and you are growing, as you know. So we're going to charge public safety impact fees to both residential and commercial development. Residential will be charged on a household basis, and non-residential would be based on a building square foot basis. So we measure the growth we anticipate in those areas first. So then we're going to go down here. We're going to do police first, and then we're going to do fire. And with each of these, it's the same methodology, but obviously different numbers and different costs. But we go down 2 roads, and then we marry our answers. So what we're going to do is we're going to get a number of calls per unit. We'll just do the example with police first. Number of police calls per unit, whether it's a household or it's per square foot of commercial space. And then we're going to get a cost per call. And in the end, we're going to multiply the cost per call times the number of calls per unit to get our impact fee. So let's go down the first road here first, which is to get the number of calls per unit. We measure total calls by type, and we take out any pass-through traffic calls. That means people who didn't start in Syracuse and didn't end up in Syracuse. Maybe they ended up in the lake or somewhere, but they're not stopping or starting in Syracuse. And so we can't expect new development to pay for that growth. That everyone has to pay for that together. So here, the average annual police calls per residential dwelling unit, 0.76. It also includes things like alarms going off that police respond to as well. Because when sometimes I've thought, oh, this number's been going up over the years since I've been doing this, and that's one of the reasons why we see that what it is. So here we have our number of calls per unit for residential and non-residential. So now let's go down the road. Let's set that aside for a minute, and let's get a cost per call. So we're going to come up with a cost of our existing level of service. So for police, it's pretty easy. We're not planning on building any new police space within the next 10 years. So right now we have 1.95 square feet per residential call, but we're going to get a lot more calls in the next 10 years, and we're not adding any square feet. So we're going to move our level of service down to 1.32 square feet by the end of this impact fee study period. So we can really only charge new development for this 1.32 level, because that's really all that they'll be getting. So knowing that it's 1.32 square feet per call, we need to find out the cost per call. So what we do for police, we look at the actual cost of your existing facility. And that means the cost that you paid at the time that you acquired the facility. And I know it would cost a lot more to build a new one today, but if there's excess capacity, Utah laws determine we can only use the actual cost at the time. So that only comes out to about $106 per call. When we divide that out by the actual cost, the consultant cost can be added in. We have a little bit of fund balance, so that can be used to repay for the excess capacity to the city. So we have to credit that. So our cost per call comes out to $94. But then we also have a bond outstanding. We'll see this on police and on fire. And so while impact fees will pay, they'll pay for new development's fair share of new costs, And the bond is they're paying for existing development or buying into new development share of the existing bond. So the existing development share has to be credited. So that brings our cost per call after the bond credits down to $77. So now we have a cost per call, $77.49, and we have calls per unit, 0.76. We multiply those two together, and here is the maximum fee per unit, $58 or 8 cents on non-residential. This is a really, really low fee. I'll show you where you compare. Close in here to some of the others here at the bottom. Syracuse, your proposed, Salt Lake City's 59, Sandy 64, going on up. So what makes the difference? They're building a big new facility in Provo, and you're going to see the same thing happen with you in your fire facility. You're going to jump to the top of the list. So when we average them together, you'll be a little more compatible with what we see in others. So some of these higher ones are in the 400s, 200s, as you can see. So here we go with fire calls for service. Same methodology exactly, obviously much fewer fire EMS calls. We do have some that are passing through your community, so we can't use those for the calculation impact fees. So on average, we call the fire department EMS about once every 10 years, 0.11, and per non-residential square foot. So we're planning on adding about 12,000 square feet of fire station space, station 32 over the next 10 years. So at the end of this period, we are going to have more square feet. We're going to raise our level of service from what it is now. So we can charge existing development. We can charge new development for this existing level of service. So here we go. Here's the square feet of station 32, 12,000. Construction cost per square foot, $498. That's when we did the study. I mean, it's probably what, $510 tomorrow, $520 the next day. I mean, who knows right now with what costs are doing, but this is what is used in the study to come up with this total cost. New development over the next 10 years to maintain existing service levels is going to require 10,000 square feet. We'll have a growth of 600 calls, and our cost per call is $8,873. Sounds really high, but don't forget that's just the cost per call. Then we have to go in, make any fund balance credits, and we also have that bond, that one, the refunding, the lease revenue bond. So that to get our cost per call down to $7,500. So we multiply the $7,500. Remember, we only call about once every 10 years. To get a fee per unit about $815. Okay, or here we can also add in for fire vehicles costing in excess of $500,000, 67 cents. So we just went way to the top of the list here. So why is that happening? You actually have a pretty good level of square feet per call right now. And so then we're using today's construction costs. It's putting you fairly high on this list. If we add the two together, the police and the fire, here's our total, $874, which would put you in the ballpark of some of those higher ones when you add the two together. But this is likely what you're going to be looking at here and going, whoa, we're only charging $302 right now. Why is there such a big difference? And this is one of the things that I dislike the most about impact fees, but we have added in here a new facility. And so our costs are really high rather than buying into an old facility, which cost a fraction of what we're seeing now. And because you have to spend impact fees within 6 years, when we did the last study, we weren't going to spend them on a new fire station, so we couldn't put that cost in. And so then, so new development could still buy into the old cost. And then all of a sudden you put this new facility in and your fee jumps. And I have complained about this or talked it over with some of my favorite impact fee attorneys in the state. And they said, yeah, that's just the way it is, that the developers, especially those in the House, that we have a lot in our legislature, want to make sure they can buy into excess capacity for as long as they can because it's less expensive. So that's where it comes out, and that is why, and I assume you will likely have some questions. I can go back and show slides. I can quit sharing, whatever works best, whatever you want, Steve.
No, thank you, Susie.
Yeah. Corinne, you want to lead us off?
Well, the first question is this adjusted every 6 years? Because I know that Susie's been here a couple of times in my tenure, so.
You
how
can do it more
often-
frequently if you
can?
have big game changers like a new fire station.
Okay.
That's why we're doing it.
So that's the driver. It's not necessarily a set time. Okay, just wanted to make sure on that. And then it was, my biggest question coming into this was, we're like twice as much for the fire as everybody else, but when she explained that combined cost, it's about equal to other cities, then I'm like reassured. So
Okay.
thank you.
Seth?
So, and maybe I missed this, Susie, but in regards to the construction costs, what year was that study based off of?
Well, we got the construction costs from the city, and we on the new one, the new fire station, and we've just been finishing this up. We started it several months ago, and then we waited for you to refund your bonds so we could do the credit right, and I think you did that in April, and that's where we're finishing it up right now. So I was using last year 400, some were going to 450 a square foot. So you're a little bit higher, but I don't know with lumber right now. I heard lumber futures are down a little. I don't know where it's going.
Yeah, and obviously the reason I'm asking is just because if that continues the trend it's in right now, you know, at some point, I hate to see the impact fees just go through the roof, but it does need to be commensurate with the cost, right? And so do we have the opportunity then if, let's say, yeah, this just continues like crazy, skyrocketing, lumber, steel, everything else, do we have an opportunity within the next 6 years just because it's the market that's taking off that we can reevaluate this rather than, and obviously we want to do it sooner than later because the station will be built if we don't wait too long. Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe build sooner than later.
Yeah. I just don't want to not have I don't want to have all that lost opportunity to fund this.
Right.
Um,
Is that a trigger as well, is the question?
yeah, can you not
certainly.
change it once it's,
Certainly you can update, and that's what we've done the last few updates.
Just have
It's
to
just
be
updating
significant.
costs.
If it's
Okay.
small, it probably wouldn't be justifiable to others.
Well, and probably the consultant fee would
Right.
not make it worth it, but that makes sense. That's reassuring.
Those of you that are here in the room, can I get you to speak up a little bit?
Oh,
So that-
sure.
Yeah. Dave, do you have any comment?
Well, I mean, I've expressed before that I'm frustrated the way that we're regulated on impact fees because I feel like there's a lot of actual impacts to the city that are not captured, and particularly in this case with police, because while we have an existing building that we can't rope in there are a lot of things that we can't cover, like the need to expand our police force, which does require vehicles and capital expenses, and yet the formulas don't allow us to calculate that in, and that's frustrating because it is a real impact to the city, which means that we have to pay them out of other funds, which means that we can't handle the impact of new growth. So it's always very frustrating, but I'm confident that what we're being presented is the numbers as they legally work themselves out. I just want to express that I'm concerned that we're not adequately capturing the cost with the current formulas, but it's not our choice.
And according to Susie, it doesn't sound like we have
Yeah, we don't
we're
have
gonna
a
be talking
case
to a
here,
wall
but-
about it.
Yeah, but it's frustrating because I don't want our impact fees to be unusually high, but I do want them to be legitimate. And if there is a legitimate added cost to growth, it should be borne by the growth, not by those who've already paid for their impact on the city. And I feel like the formulas discount some of those items. So I wish that we could solve that, but we can't. But I do want our citizens to understand, I don't see this as an accurate reflection of what happens when we grow.
well, I think that just means we really need to phrase it appropriately that this is a facility-based impact fee,
Yeah.
right? And that's where I think you're kind of getting to is it's missing the total impact that
Right.
it's causing. Yeah.
That's why it's
Yeah.
IFPP.
Jordan?
Yeah, along the same lines, I agree this is probably covering what is allowed to cover, but I would agree with the general consensus there is it would be nice if we could cover the real cost of growth. Like, for example, the vehicles in excess of 500,000 are allowed. That almost disincentivizes or punishes a city for trying to be cost efficient. Like sometimes we will take frames off of an old ambulance because it's still good and put on a new one, but now that makes it no longer fall under the criteria of this type of impact fee. So I wish that there was a little more common sense approach to some of these things to cover the impact associated with growth, but it is what it is, and we will, of course, we will always comply with the law.
Thank you, Jordan. Council, do you think we could move this to a consent agenda?
Yes.
It has to be a public hearing.
Has to be
Oh,
a
that's
public
right.
hearing.
It deals with-
Okay, I'm sorry.
Did we have public comment for here? I didn't. I know you asked Cassie if she had any comments. Did we open it to the room?
Well, the ones that are here have things they're going to comment on. Let's
Okay.
comment on this.
Thank you.
Okay, let's put it on the agenda for a public hearing then.
Okay, and I'm gonna sneak out temporarily. I'll see you all shortly.
All right, thanks, Jordan. Robert, let's go to item D, discussion and review of the draft of the water conservation plan. Can we do that?
Sure.
And then Corinne, will you take this one legitimately?
Yes, sir.
So council, ever since 1999, the state of Utah Division of Water Resources has required water companies to submit a water conservation plan every 5 years to the state to show that we are mindful of the need to conserve water. Okay, and our current plan right now is 2015. Like I say, it's every 5 years. We're in 2021. The state has used to have every single water company submit on the exact same year. They're trying to spread it out now, so they don't get all water companies' plans the same year. So we got an extra year. So our plan, our final plan is due to the state December 31st this year. They are requiring that we send a draft to them by July 15th. They want to review the components of the plan before we adopt it officially. I wanted to get it in front of the council's eyes because it is your plan, our plan together. And I don't want to put anything in there that you are not comfortable with. I want to be sure that before it even gets to the state, they, we are presenting what we want to commit to. Much of what's in the plan, in the draft right now, is what was in our 2015 plan too. That does not mean we have to keep it. The requirement by law, Utah law, what was it, 73-1032. There's really one absolute requirement that we have to have in the plan by law, and it's we have to clearly state our overall water use reduction goal and an implementation plan for our company to choose water conservation measures and a timeline for action to evaluate the process and to measure the progress that we're making on the water conservation. Water conservation is measured by per capita per day. So in section 3 of the draft plan, there is a graph. It's actually it gives really good information of how our indoor and outdoor water use is. I don't know, can we?
Yeah,
Sure.
I saw it. It's mostly residential. It's like, commercial.
I don't have my screen share, but it is in the packet and it's on, I can tell you it's like
Page 46.
Or is that the graph? Which
No.
graph?
see,
Because there's one that
page-
shows like a pie graph where it's like.
It's
on
a
top.
column. It's a column graph.
Page 9,
So
in the packet it
let's
is
see.
page 53.
Where we're way over efficient, way beyond non-efficient. Is that the graph here? The bar chart.
That's the one, yeah, page 53, you got it. The gallons per person per day. Do you see that?
Yeah.
So the indoor use stays right about 50 gallons per person per day, even with growth, right? So as we get more people in, we get more water.
Right.
But the indoor staying really consistent. We're doing great there, I feel, as far as the
Yeah.
indoor use. The outdoor use is definitely is rapidly increasing, even as our population increases. We from 2005 to 2012, we stayed right about, well, about 200 as far as the combined. So it's 150 for the outdoor use alone per person per day. But 2013 was a drought year, and we actually had our lowest water reserves that year. Besides this year now is the new low. But 2013 was a low, and to see that jump up to about 225, 230.
Maybe the whole feeling of
Do we serve?
scarcity, so we're gonna hoard a little.
It
use
could be, it could be that. And then you see a dip down in 2015. 2015 was also a drought reduction year. So that went down a little bit. Now, and then we just went up from there. So 2019, 2020 was, they were hot years though. We didn't have precipitation. So, a lot of that played into that too. So the requirement is we have to, so the governor had a water conservation requirement of reduce, it was a statewide 25% reduction by the year 2025. In 2019, the state had a study performed, and in that study that's been adopted now by the state, it's done by professionals. They looked at different regions rather than a full statewide goal.
Yeah.
They based it into individual regions.
That's good.
We are in the Weber River watershed region,
Most aggressive.
and it is the most aggressive reduction. So we have a requirement from that report to do 20% reduction from 2015's use. 20% reduction by the year 2030,
which was a low year.
So that would get us to, I can't remember the exact number. It's somewhere around 225 for the total.
A little closer to like 2013.
Yeah.
Okay.
Wow.
Yeah.
So that's what they're asking for our watershed to do, right? We do have to state what our goal is, what Syracuse City's water system is going to have for our goal, and a timeline to get there, and the efforts we're going to make to get to that point. So
on page 57, it 4.2,
Is the exit.
yeah, it has X's instead of an actual stated goal. So just,
That was my question as well.
yeah, is there numbers that were?
Give us like an X%.
yes, I need to fill that out. That's
Okay.
why I'm not going to put that
No
in
worries.
until, that's why I'm here to talk about it. It's still a draft stage, and I'd like to get your input of what you
I
would
love
like to.
it.
I didn't want to just take.
We'll actually
advantage of
approve
it.
this in the late fall.
Oh,
Yes.
okay, so this is the working.
This is not an approval. It's just a
working
working
document.
document. It's a
Excellent.
draft.
Okay, I got a small typo for you, no big deal. I love your suggestions. They're really good ones. Just even reminding people sweep your sidewalk instead of using the hose, and later on talking about how power washers use a lot of water. My husband is really bad at using that all the time. So this is a good reminder. And just spelling it out helps you go, oh, yeah. So I thank you for all of the suggestions. It's really good.
And like I say, some of those things, those are best management practices. I can take some out if you don't like them. I can put more in, I can change them, whatever you want to do. Ultimately, the requirement is I got to have the goal and a timeline.
And it's really good suggestions, even like for having a low volume flush toilet. I mean, that's a pretty basic, and then even the water just
The sand
Just-
or the
just
bottle of sand or something in the tank
in the
that
tank.
kind of rise the level. The one thing I was like, man, I don't know if I see myself stopping the shower in between
no, I
soaking
don't know.
myself.
If I can go there. Sorry, but
keep
We can
stopping,
tell our
starting,
kids.
stopping, starting, you know.
Pretend you're in an RV trailer.
Well, I did
Yeah.
try some of these in shaving today. Yeah, but these are
Yeah,
great recommendations.
yeah. That's a good idea. RV water usage.
Pull the string.
Okay.
You got ideas, Dave?
Well, my concern is, and I'm not knocking any of the suggestions, but my concern is when you throw out suggestions that there's no backing for enforcement, how, it's, what it does is it says those who comply are great and pat yourself on the back. There's no real reward there. And those who don't, there's no real consequence. So what we do is we reward, or we punish good behavior and reward bad behavior. And so and I'm not sure that it belongs in this plan. I'm just saying that when we throw out suggestions and only a handful of people know about them and even less follow them, what do you do? So what do we change to really change people's actions? That's the question.
Can we possibly distribute like a suggestion like this at school to, because I just remember my kids bringing home things Flow the Flow when they were little. Do we have anything like that we can still distribute that way? Because parents look at their kids' work, well, at least most do, that I know,
I mean, we can go to whatever level we want.
Yeah.
You do have the tier-based, the potential for like a tier-based fee in the future as a negative incentive, right? And to reward those who use lower or consume less.
Yeah.
We're not there yet.
I also like the regional no water days. That was brilliant. I like that a lot.
I think, well,
it's because
that's going to be conservation.
That's going to be our next item.
Yeah, it's a conservation.
That's
plan.
right.
Skipping ahead one.
It's still the same.
But yeah,
topic.
it is
definitely.
You're right. But I think that one of my concerns is that how do we get this out there in a way that it really is understood and used? And so I think we have to have some kind of plan for helping people understand the impact of this plan. And I'm not seeing a strong enough part to that.
The only thing is a lot of these suggestions are for inside someone's home. So that becomes very, very difficult to enforce.
Absolutely.
So, who's to say some people don't have a condition where they have to bathe every day? I mean, I'm just saying.
I'm not suggesting, that we can actually monitor inside a home. We can't. But
No.
One other thing that I would comment on is that I think that when we redid the culinary water payment structure,
Right.
I know it's slightly more cumbersome on staff because it has some levels. But as you escalate beyond a normal household's use, it does have a financial impact on what you pay. Some people may just say, fine, I'll pay it. But I think that at least what I'm hearing is we have seen a little bit of reduction. Some of the worst water users, now that they have to pay for that extra, have been conscious of the fact that they're out of whack with the normal home or dwelling. So I think that if we can continue things along those lines where it has a financial impact, if you are an excessive user, then I think that's how we get some traction.
Yeah.
Maybe getting some incentives for, I'm just throwing spitballs here, for smart watering systems for sprinklers
sprinkler block.
and stuff like that.
Smart block.
And there's even timers you can put on your showers.
Yeah, I think Weaver does give like pretty good discounts already for the smart
Do
timers.
they? Well, we
Yeah.
should
So
advertise.
Mine was
that.
like free,
The state does rebate. We could advertise things like that too.
That would be great.
I think a lot of this, we have the avenue of the magazine and the website, and social media. So, I mean, we can put public information out there, just kind of good tips, good resources, stuff like that. That's at no cost, really.
I think we need a more
We'll do
active campaign to get through that, to really, because I think the awareness is only getting us part of the way. I think we need to extend the awareness.
Council, I'm going to move us on because like I said, this is a draft and we'll see it at least 2 more times.
Sweet.
Hey, can I ask one more question of you, Robert? Don't laugh at me, but I don't really fully understand what a cross connection is. Could you explain it to me? Sorry,
When we have one, you'll know.
I can imagine what
Do you remember when we had to?
He wasn't here then, I don't
water?
think.
no.
Yeah, so what it,
Yeah.
So
Go ahead,
I'm not gonna
I said don't laugh at
explain,
me.
I'm not gonna
Yeah.
explain
no,
how
no,
to do it
no, it's,
because I don't want people trying it.
Sure.
Yeah.
We can talk
Um,
offline too if you
But
would like
Yeah.
to.
in basic terms, it's just whenever potable water is connected to a non-potable water source in some way without an air gap or a backflow preventer.
I assume that's what it was. I'm just trying to take advantage of the financial.
Yeah. So
benefit.
a common thing you'll see is like an anti-siphon valve on your hose bib on the
Mhm.
outside of the house. So that's a backflow prevention device.
Okay.
One of many different types, but
the potential risk though is so great that I'm very much for changing the fine because
Increasing it to
it's
more.
beyond your own home. The risk is you damage.
System-wide.
Yeah.
Yeah, the last emergency was right in your
Yeah.
neighborhood.
Yeah.
Oh, good, good.
Yeah,
Yeah.
just across the street, I think.
Yeah.
Oh,
So
I can
Okay.
imagine.
Actually, they were pretty good.
Robert, let's move on to segment
Are,
one.
Will, are you okay with me sending this draft the way it is, or I can wait?
Like
a
sending it
couple
without
weeks, and if you
the-
want to send me emails
I'm-
and say, hey, do this or that, I can do
No,
it
I
that
like
way,
it for me,
but
but-
I just
That sounds
need
good.
direction before.
Well,
Yeah.
because the other two are not here, maybe we ought to send it out.
I would like to bring it back one more time when we have the full
In a
council.
work
and
session?
At least one more time, whether it's in a meeting that we can discuss and approve. I wouldn't move to consent right away, but
Do we need to approve the draft?
So we do not need to approve the
The draft is
well,
not.
then-
So
okay.
all I need at this point, this is just
All he needs is a
discussion,
nod, the
draft,
looks good.
and then it's going to the state. They're gonna redline it, send it back to me. I have to bring it back to you for a final approval
send it
sometime
then.
the end of this year.
If
I'm
you
thinking
have to bring it
October,
back one
November.
more time,
Yeah, you'll
I'm
see
okay.
it then.
I just.
So in the
mentioned it.
meantime, if you have comments or anything, even after I send it to the state, if you have more comments, that's
Okay.
fine.
My
Okay.
only concern is I think we need a more robust distribution of information
And
plan.
maybe advertising
And
about.
I think that we
what's
can
available.
figure that out. But
Mhm.
if it's going to them and coming back, I'm okay to do it then.
And the
And
plan
you're gonna
does
see at
say-
least two more times.
Yeah.
I'm
Perfect.
okay for that.
Yeah, I think we do mention in the plan anyway, some of the public information.
Yeah, it talks about
avenues that we
dissemination and
use,
stuff. I don't, yeah,
Well,
Yeah,
that-
I'm just saying,
how we do that needs
That's
to be
great.
still kind of.
yeah, we could add to. That's what I'm suggesting.
Can we move on?
Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, drought year.
What?
Dang it.
Yeah.
I've included
You guys, you were alive.
document in your packet. I'm not going to go through that whole document, but I wanted to go through maybe a couple slides. This year we are statewide in an extreme drought situation. It's a D3. D4 is the worst, and we're not a D4, but there are some places in Utah that is D4. Our reservoirs are, Echo Reservoir is our primary resource for water. It is at an all-time low. And it does have the potential to completely empty this year.
Oh, my word.
So
There'll be new mosquito habitat.
I mean, it gets bad out there, and so it's,
I mean, seriously, when it
Well,
drops
it
down, all those
changes the
mosquitoes that
ecosystem
have
of
been there will
the
start
facility,
hatching.
which is
it does.
is
There
drastic.
will be fish that will be looking for water.
Yeah.
Oh, it's terrible.
The Natural Resources Conservation Service tracks all of that statewide. They track the snow water equivalent, the reservoir storage levels, the precipitation data, and the soil moisture. Precipitation and soil moisture has reached a historical low this year. So we have had snow in the mountaintops, so snow water equivalent is not at a low because we've had worse years for snow than this year. The difference this year is that the snow that's melting is actually recharging the moisture in the dry soils, and there's not enough water that's running off into the rivers and streams feeding our reservoirs, Echo, right, and East
I would
Canyon.
get you.
So that's why reservoirs are so low, and it's not just our watershed; it's statewide. Bear River isn't as bad off. That watershed's a little bit better than the rest of the state, but it's still not great.
You have to walk a mile out to Bear Lake still.
So, our water supply is about half of what we normally get at our full allotment. So we have, an X number of gallons. I can't remember how many. It's like 1.8 billion gallons for the entire year. That sounds like a lot. It's not. That's half of what we would normally get. We normally get like 3.6 billion gallons in a year. This is only outdoor irrigation watering. Okay.
10,000 acre feet.
Yeah.
Are they making sure that the farmers have what they need?
So farmers are also getting short water. They also have the same reduction too. So they will be struggling as well. Now, because we share a turnout with the farmers, if we change to accommodate us, it also affects them. So if we decide to reduce less or increase more and we run out earlier, then they run out too, because we're on the same canals. So we do need to be able to allow farmers to be able to irrigate their crops as well. So I've looked at all of I should probably share am I able to share my screen?
Yes.
Okay. Is it just screen?
And then,
And
start
then,
broadcast. You can start broadcast.
oh, sorry, I'm not really sure.
Should be able to let you click off of that. Can you click somewhere on the screen? And now you go to your.
Oh, great. Okay. Little learning curve here. Okay. So I've begun graphing what our water supply and our water use is. Now, the only way I'm able to get this data is the water supply is a finite volume that we have for the year. So that one is pretty set. And the reason the water supply increases in June is because we have some contracted water that we're not getting yet. We usually save that for those hotter temperature months, and not knowing when that'll happen. It doesn't have to happen next week, but we'll wait until when those hot temperatures come on, and then we'll bring on that contracted water. The contracted water, as you recall, is from Weaver Basin. It's the District 3 water, and then we have a contract from the original when the system had started up in 1984. So we're not using any of that yet. I know it, and it's just a small amount, but any drop is valuable this year. So what we are using, this base flow around 750 or 75 million gallons. That's a week. That is the Davis Weaver water. So that's our Davis Weaver shares. Okay. What's in red is the water used. And the only way I'm able to get this data is we do have meters at each of our pump stations. So it's just our outflow from our reservoir delivering water into the pipeline system. Okay. That's our data. And each week it's just showing what that data is. Pretty much we're just about using all that's coming in. Last week you could see it was down a little bit. We did have some rain, and that definitely helps. In the way of, it didn't help with filling reservoirs. It just helped with reducing the use where people would turn off their sprinklers. So I'll continue to track this through the year, and I'll modify it if it turns, like I say, if the water supply, if that window turns out shorter than the amount per week will increase. You know what I mean? Because we have just that set
Right.
volume.
Okay.
All right. So I just wanted to show you that, get that in front of you, and say one of the things I've prepared is a letter to go out to every resident, every single resident. It'll be its own separate letter. It won't be with the utility bill or with anything else. It's its own separate letter that will talk about the need for reduction because it's a drought year. It will describe all of this. And we have been struggling.
Are you
to keep,
referring to the notice that's in the packet?
yes.
Okay, I just wanted to make, okay.
Yeah, thank you for, yep. So our reservoirs have been struggling to keep up just with the slow, the low flows coming into our reservoirs from our suppliers. We can keep only about 1 or 2 pumps on, and when normally we would have probably 6 pumps going. That could be off a little bit, but
It's just not recharging.
Before we go
Yes.
too far,
Yeah.
can I ask what it costs to send this notice?
Yeah, so the letter is gonna be about $2,300 for the postage.
2,300. Okay, and I'm not objecting to that. I'm wondering if it's affordable to send more than one notice, maybe a mid-season or something, because
When it's hot.
yeah, because when people might disregard the first one, but when it's really most important, maybe we should consider sending a second
And
or
like
an update.
hot orange paper.
yeah, we could do that.
Look at
But
this.
that's where I'm getting at is it does sound like it's a reasonable cost for the return.
Yeah.
So I maybe consider
Council,
that.
I might intercede here too and tell you that we've been working, Brody and Robert and I, we are going to start every one of our meetings with 5 minutes from Robert, where we are in the water year.
I love it.
And he's going to show this graph or one
Thank
similar
you.
to it.
Yeah, I was gonna ask if we could get weekly, or,
Are you okay with that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think this is
Each
important.
Please.
council meeting, I'll just give you a brief
Yeah.
update.
And like you were saying, if the levels get close to, okay, we're exceeding what our allotment or whatever, then we
Okay.
gotta do something drastic.
Could we, I'm wondering if there's some way to show that this is already, I'm assuming this is based on the 45% of the total volume.
Yes.
So it's something to
Yeah.
call out that this is already with the reduction, because if I see this and I'm going,
Well, that
we're
looks
still within,
okay.
I mean, we're still within general
Right.
I can
parameters,
water
but,
like I usually do.
Right.
or maybe the third bar is just jumps off the
Well-
axis by showing.
The thing is
Normal year.
we'll never be able to use more than what we actually get.
Right.
So it will never show higher than the supply. that you use.
Just some way to call out that this
Just
is
say-
already drastically,
this is-
you know.
45% less
Yeah, so
than normal.
normally this 75,000 should, be double, or
Should be
75
like
million should be double
160 million
that.
or something,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Can we get to some of the nuts and bolts of your plan here? Because
Yes.
I think we need to, I don't want to miss that opportunity. That's,
I'm recommending some mandatory no watering days, just to help keep the reservoir charged, keep the tank charged, because we're going to lose pressures
Love
and
it.
it's going to be a
And that's
problem.
easy to tell
So-
in each district too.
If we figure if everyone could have a mandatory no watering day for 2 days out of the week.
Yeah.
And then they can choose out of the other 5 which day they can water, whether it's 1 day a week or 2 days a week,
Right.
whatever, right? I don't think it'll ever be more than 2 days a week this year.
Okay.
But
I gotta adjust my sprinklers.
but Sunday, we're proposing Sunday is a mandatory no water day for anyone. That way we can have full tank, full reservoir. And like I say, it takes about a day and a half or 2 before it completely depletes. So we should start the week out really well.
Yeah, the whole system shuts down on Sunday.
And then
or-
1/4 of the city
Mhm.
have a no watering
Mhm.
Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday.
okay, so I want to comment on this because I'm not against the plan. I think it's a good plan, but some of the things that we've seen before when we had to enact a similar plan, one is a lack of understanding for people trying to establish new growth, because that seems to allow for an exception, but that always gets commented on as people not doing their part. So we need to find some way to include that in our education. The other thing is we talk about things like don't water on days like with high winds. Well, I understand don't water when it rains because you still got the water, but say high winds is one of your no water day or one of your actual water days. People often try to justify, well, I'm going to water on my no water day because to make up for the water I didn't get on one of my water days. And I'm not saying that's right or wrong, but that's always an issue. You always hear people justifying why they did things differently. I don't know if that's going to successfully recharge our reservoirs if people keep making exceptions for things like that. So how do we educate and get that covered? And then the other part of this, it would just be that we also get, we're still facing feedback of low pressure. And one of my concerns is when we go to no water days, that's another place where I've often heard people try to justify breaking the schedule is, well, I get no pressure on those days because everybody in my street is trying to water on the same day. So is it really going to work? And if people followed it, can we support the pressure that's needed to follow the plan? Can we, and how do we address some of these justifications that people will use? I'm not saying they're right. I'm just saying that it screws up the plan.
I don't know that you can ever address every justification.
Well,
I think on your
It screws
first
up the
issue,
plan is my concern.
on your first issue, I think on the sod piece,
Yeah.
because that came up a lot, right? There's a lot of people who are like, I didn't get any lead time on this.
Yeah.
And so I think maybe we could implement the letter distribution and then say, I mean, we're not gonna like hard enforce it for like 10 days or something to the extent that they have some lead. We need some sort of lead time to allow them, because some people were like, I have it coming today, or,
Right.
after we said the water shut off, and
I
they're like
tried
going,
to tell my
what do I
son-
do? I've got 2 pallets
Yeah.
of sod that are just
Yeah, they
die.
came today and it's my no water day and I have to put it in, so.
But I think,
And
Maybe just
our
like-
code does have exceptions for.
Right.
For new
You gotta be able
landscapes,
to
we can-
communicate
So-
that.
But then you have the rest of the street shaming the person who brought in the sod,
Yeah.
and what do you do?
Yeah.
I mean,
You just gotta know.
you don't want to create contention.
you have to have a thicker skin, I guess.
Well, again, I'm trying to say, if these exceptions and other exceptions continue to happen, does the plan not work? Or do we only need 50% of the people to follow the plan? Not that I would want to announce that, but I'm trying to make a plan that even with some failures in the plan would still be a successful accomplishment of the mission, which was to keep the reservoirs charged. Because every time we've done something like a lower water year, I hear lots of people both during and following try to justify. That is one thing I don't like about being a councilman, is they try to say, well, I'm breaking the rule, but here's why. And I'm thinking, like I'm supposed to what, give permission? I don't have that authority. Robert?
I think, yeah,
Go ahead.
sorry.
Go ahead.
I was just gonna say that I think, just like in the medical field, when you're doing CPR, people are gonna mess up doing it.
Okay.
And they're gonna do it wrong, right? And they'll tell you why. But something's better than nothing. Because
That's a good
for
analogy.
sure, if you do nothing, they're for sure dead, right? So if you try something, it's better than nothing. And I think this is a very good plan.
It's a good analogy, but I'm kind of asking, are we built into this a little bit of, there's still a chance to succeed without 100%,
I mean, I think you are going to see some success, right? Whether that's we're not going to reverse the course of a drought, but we're going to.
Yeah, there are
Spread the
definitely
water.
variables, and there are things that we don't know. This is something that we're proposing that's definitely different than we proposed before. In the past we've done odd, even days and different things like that. But probably a couple reasons what led us to this is one is there's, like I mentioned, there's still 5 other days. So like you mentioned, the wind day,
Right.
A wind day typically doesn't go more than 1 day.
Yeah.
Choose
Typically
one of
not
the
more than part
choose
of
one
the
of the
day.
other 5. So we're hoping there will be a little bit more freedom for water users to choose a day that works best.
I think the every other day kind of encourages people almost to water every other day rather than once a week.
Yeah, I've
or
had it off so I can
twice
turn it
a
on the
week.
next day.
Yeah, exactly.
Robert, so I kind of always have wondered, based on the quadrants and the growth that we're seeing in the city, are we still sure that these quadrants are representative of the amount of households
No,
in those areas?
It is
Okay.
not.
Because it feels like that Sunday, Friday section is going to just, I mean, we've got, well, not necessarily right now, but with everything else that's coming online, it's going to really be heavy.
The other reason why I proposed geographic is it's hard to do an exact geographic.
I don't know how you answer
would
it really with
probably
that.
run down in between neighborhoods and stuff. And it would be
Yeah.
really difficult. And you might have one main that serves, you know what I mean? You might, anyway, this was just something simple that everyone in their mind can understand. I'm on this side of
And
the
you still get the
street.
same benefit, right? If you're,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
But can we sustain the pressure in a zone if we limit like this? Because that's been a problem in the past.
And that I cannot guarantee. I do not.
Yeah,
We'll see.
everybody in
Because
that
if
zone
that's
is,
if
Right
that
now.
becomes people's problem is I don't have any pressure because everybody's trying to water on the same days, they'll just stop following it.
But you have 5 days to choose from. So tell them to, take a look at their neighbors.
I would say
whatever they do.
encourage.
the problem is they're doing it at night and
Yeah.
on different times.
People don't really
I encourage
know.
people to talk to their neighbors.
There you go.
If they're on a service that's right next to theirs, or maybe they twin off of a neighbor's
Most
service.
do twin.
Yeah, so talk to their neighbor and say, hey, if you water in the morning, I'll water at night, or you water this day, I'll water this day. I think that can go a long way with helping. It may not be perfect, but certainly if both users are drawn off the same
twin,
service at the same time, you're
Please.
definitely going to notice a flow difference.
Do you
So-
foresee a time where we come forward halfway through this season and go, 2 watering days are off for the year or for the week,
Yeah,
and
I
then,
do actually, because we've
Yeah, 'cause-
done that in past drought years. We've had to extend it even further.
I hope not. I hope
Pray
it
for
works. And like you say, this is something new that we haven't tried. So we'd like to try this and let's see how it goes. I don't want to ratchet it too far down. I still want to be able to give water users some freedom and flexibility to choose what days work best for them. And knowing forecast is always different too, so.
okay.
It's good.
This is what I'm planning on sending out, this letter, probably this week. I imagine.
It's ready. We're gonna pick it up tomorrow and then bring it up to Clayton.
One other thing I was wondering, and I know this is probably science-based, but as far as like the 6 p.m. to 10 a.m., is there, as the season gets hotter and hotter, isn't 10 a.m. kind of bordering on a bad time to, or 9 a.m.? You know what I mean? We're getting,
It does get that way, but usually when you see it, yes. Short answer, yes.
yeah.
But
Then you have hot 7
the
p.m.
hottest
and hot.
parts of the day though tend to be
Sure.
kind of the noon to 4
Mhm.
p.m.
Where you're
and
evaporating
it
as
just
you're-
really gets super hot then. So
Mhm.
that's a pretty statewide that's been
Could we?
adopted just
One of the
by
challenges
Everybody
slow
knows
flow
that.
and
so
conserve
many
water.
zones.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Can't
they got to
You know,
sort
if
it
you-
out.
if
I mean,
you
our
gotta-
parks have that problem,
If you've
right?
got to go through so many zones in so many hours, sometimes that extends into the morning.
Yep.
But that's another issue that always gets raised, and I don't know how to fix this, but people will forever criticize city land that waters counter to the residential schedule. And we almost assuredly have to do that in our parks to manage. So how do we
Especially usage.
manage that message?
So I have been working closely with our Parks and Rec director and Assistant Parks and Rec director to talk about that issue. They have put together a water conservation plan. So according to our ordinance, large properties, which are defined in our ordinance as properties 3 acres or greater in a single piece, must submit a water conservation plan, then they can follow that. Now, it does allow for provisions to go outside the window if they need to, but they do need to be conscientious of conserving water. So turn it off if there's a rainstorm or a windstorm or on these mandatory days off. So
Yeah, it's one of those things where there are exceptions to the rule, and they are. We just have to continue to communicate that, and we'll probably do it through
And that's
social
the key.
media mostly.
I'm actually confident that their conservation plan is going to be there because good about that. What I'm concerned about is the
The
messaging,
appearance.
Yeah.
because people take that as an appearance of lack of.
We got a lot of do as I say, not as I do.
You know, this is-
Feedback.
The
This
message
is-
really is that the conservation plan is in place. It's just a
Yeah.
different situation.
What were you gonna say?
What we need to do is we really need to educate other, as many people as we can. And I've just talked with Noah. Robert, would it be okay too, that if we included the planning commission meetings
Yes,
in a 5 minute little where we are with water occurrences?
I like.
So rather than
that.
meeting every announcement every other week or
Where the public hearings are held there, I mean, that you do tend to see
Get
more
people.
faces,
Yeah,
especially if developers
and
show up with
maybe
big projects.
between you and Seth and Brody and I and Noah, that doesn't have to all come on you. Maybe some of us could be there early and present that for you, so we can work on that together.
That would be awesome.
One other contingency plan we're brainstorming is if we do need to purchase more water.
Mm.
There is a scenario out there where the city does run out of water in August or, late July. And so if that were to be the case.
Is there more water to purchase? Because
There's,
that's the real question.
there
That
is.
is the question,
Mhm.
yeah. So I did speak with Weaver Basin
Premium.
about adding to our District 3 water contract. So the things that they said was, if we add to the contract, it cannot be temporary.
It's
Oh,
a full-time.
wow.
If you add on
And
to it, it's
based on the
perpetual.
cost, that's a real big.
So it's District 3 water. It's like what we
Yeah.
buy
It's a premium.
for, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, pray for rain.
And then we'd go, if that's the way we go, then they'd draft up a contract with additional water. We'd bring it to the council for consideration approval. Then if we approve it, then we move it on to their board for approval. And then they would deliver the water. They could deliver it, this year after the board approves it. If that's the direction I go, it would come out of Willard Bay. They'd pump it out of Willard Bay.
Interesting.
So they do have water there. They could do that.
Now,
Is there a salinity problem?
I was gonna say, we're gonna be.
no,
No,
Willard Bay's
the water's
fresh
still there
water.
all the time. It's fine. I don't
Yeah.
taste sulfur.
It's a freshwater
Yeah,
reservoir.
it's Weaver Basin actually owns that for secondary water.
So
Okay.
the way
Some brackish water on that.
the way that plays into what we know, remember our water study that we did, we're down 212 shares, 212 acre feet
Yeah.
from what we think we should have because of some transactions that were taking
Yes.
place in the past. Robert and I did some math earlier this week. If we were to buy, so we have I think it's around $154,000 in our water budget next year for the purpose of purchasing water shares.
Okay.
The only problem with that is water shares are not always available.
What about that one guy who wants to sell his cafe at council meeting? Did we ever buy that? Just saying. I'm
I
sorry.
can't remember which
I
one. We did
digress.
buy some
No.
shares last year though.
Okay.
But if they're not available, you can buy the District 3 water at any time. What we figured is we do have enough money in the budget if we wanted to purchase the 212 acre feet that we know we're down. We do have budget to do that in our
Perpetual
proposed
higher
budget.
expense.
Yeah,
it-
forever.
It is
Forever.
at D3 District 3 pricing.
Yeah.
So that's the caveat.
So
If it were at original shares, I would have no problem. But
Sure.
at D3 pricing, that
That's high.
commits us to a real steep cost for in
Forever.
perpetuity.
Another idea is, maybe you buy treated water and then you add to our drinking water contract, but because with growth, we could end up using that
Then
potentially.
I worry about cross contamination.
No,
It would-
no,
would it
if they
just go into
deliver treated water into our secondary,
Oh, okay.
it would just dump into our reservoir.
It'd just be cleaner.
So-
The question
But
is,
I don't-
Interesting.
I think
is
people-
that a
That's more
perpetuity
expensive.
as
If the
well?
drought gets
But
tough
yes.
enough, I think people.
But we
will
would be
water
able
from the
to
culinary.
transfer it,
I
you're saying, to
agree.
drinking water supply in future
In future,
years,
you could put it to our
rather
drinking
than
water
committing
supply.
to the D3 pricing
Right.
forever.
Right.
Well, that is a very strong consideration because of the cost.
Mhm.
because at least we would be establishing something that while it's higher now, it's not higher in perpetuity.
Is
Right.
D3 going to increase in cost?
It does increase every year just with O&M, but no more than 3 to 5%
Okay.
for an O&M.
But the fact that it's so much
but
more to begin with.
D3.
Oh, yeah, no, I agree.
District-
I'm just wondering if it's like college
District
where
3
it's
is just
6% every year.
available. There's a block of water. Once that block of water sells out, then they go at District 4 pricing.
Okay.
And that's even more
it's
expensive.
even more.
Oh,
The big problem that I have here though is that, again, we're buying water shares. And which means it's a share of the water that exists. If we were getting full shares, we wouldn't have any of this problem. So are we just perpetuating the problem by continuing to divide the shares
the only thing
by
is,
the existing water that doesn't meet the supply?
the only thing is we already know that we're short on actual full shares.
I get that, but again, we're dividing the actual water by more shares because there isn't enough to supply full shares.
If
To
we
some
were to
extent,
get
it's the same
more,
pie.
no, if we were to get
Yeah.
more, it would be contracted, not, it
Out
wouldn't
from
be, it wouldn't be
different water
dividing our
source where
shares.
it's-
It would
Okay.
just be adding to a contract.
And that's by gallon, right? Not by share, the
Right.
contract water.
Right. Yeah.
Okay,
So,
I don't want to,
well, I don't think, we don't have to make that decision right now. Brody's just saying that's an option if we feel like our hands are tied. and we
We're
really
looking
need to
at
do
just
something.
contingencies.
So,
okay,
Are we good?
Yes, sir.
yes.
Okay, let's move on.
Can we start over?
What did you miss?
Catch me up.
Two things. We're gonna drown.
Watch the
water.
YouTube video.
It's expensive.
We recorded it for
We've
you.
got problems.
Not enough water. Great. Lots of prayers.
I'm just glad you're back because you start this next dialogue.
Well,
There you go.
awesome.
Time. So what are your thoughts?
Let's do it.
High density residential.
Wait, which one are we on?
Yeah,
F1.
No, will get us going.
I didn't understand like half the jokes in the
Oh,
section.
who
Oh,
wrote
they were
that? That's
I was like,
not
these
one
are
of
water
our
jokes or something.
presentations, was it?
These are-
Or is that just to see if we read the presentation?
Talking the Far Side stuff?
Yeah, the far
Yeah,
side
it's just like-
insertions.
I think I was reading them too late at night. I was like,
I'm thinking Robert was
What is
trying to
midnight
break up
supposed
all
to
the
be for us
graphs.
to do with
Yeah.
stuff? Okay, pulling in.
So that was us? I
so.
thought maybe it was somebody else's presentation that got imported.
No, but I thought.
You're gonna hurt Robert's feelings.
I liked him.
No, I'm
Especially
not.
pushing on the door instead of pulling.
Okay, no, let's go with one.
All right, we have a lot of land use issues for the night. I'll try to be efficient. First item is a general plan map amendment, commercial to high density residential. So the applicant here is Ovation Homes. This, they propose doing a PRD townhome development. Let me pull up the map here. So this is the property that we affectionately refer to as the one behind Walmart.
Yeah.
It's between Canterbury Park and Walmart. It's kind of a deep parcel. Planning Commission took a look at it and they recommended approval. It does say high density residential, but they could have very easily just as well done medium density residential.
Mhm.
The end result will be the same. They plan on doing PRD. The PRD.
No, do you think that was an oversight or why? Because that was, I think, one of the biggest concerns that came forward was
Yeah, because we sent noticing out to the neighbors.
caused
and
quite an uproar.
Just the
Yeah.
word, but we did have some participation in planning commission, and it seemed like some of the, I don't want to speak for them, but it seemed like some of the concern was alleviated a little bit, knowing that it's not apartments. Because when you see that word, you think apartments. But
Is there any reason why it would stand to benefit to? I just can't in my mind surmise why you wouldn't just ask for.
this would require a development agreement anyway, so
Yeah,
it's up to you
same.
guys. If you wanted to.
It
use
doesn't
it out
matter
of
now. I just
principle-
was trying to figure out if there was any reason why that made sense to go that route.
Just to start talking about the plan itself, there's some obvious concerns that I have. For example, you've got parking at the end of fire turnarounds. How was that going to be effective if you need it as a fire turnaround that you're parking on the end of it?
I think it's because it's a.
Those aren't fire
4-unit.
turnarounds.
It's a 4-unit. Driveway.
Well, how else is it? I mean, they're being used as a turnaround because the fire truck has no other way out.
Technically, that's kind of like a big hammerhead. That whole
Right.
thing.
That's my
Yeah.
point is if the truck needed to use that to turn around and there was parking at the end, then do they have enough space to actually turn around?
Big back.
One,
It's
an
like it's
applicant,
150 feet from the
On the one
median
side,
line on
but
the
what
one
about
side.
the,
Well, you
the
can
short
back both
side?
directions.
Yeah, it's like a hammerhead.
yeah, I could respond, or maybe the applicant would want to respond based off of what his design is. But if you notice, there's 30 units. 30 units, obviously you still would have to respond if there's something on fire,
yes?
but there's not a requirement to have a secondary fire access, which does reduce things. And then the fire turnaround, from what I understand, is lessened. So
So if you go one
You-
way,
you do
and
have-
back up and then go out.
if you look at the required width of the roadway, you have 27-foot roadways. The minimum is 26. But yeah, maybe Aaron, if he wanted to weigh in, if he has a concern about maneuverability for his fire
Just
truck.
every time we get to developments that are 25, 30 units, in this case, 30 units, that only has one access point.
That's one of the things I want addressed is I would like us to, if this ends up going forward, I would like the second road connected in.
And they decided, that was brought up in planning commission.
Yeah, I
And
should've
they
mentioned
said,
that.
if that's what you want, yeah, we'll connect right across that.
To the
Well,
parking
secure
lot.
cross
Yep.
access.
Well, that's not really a parking lot. If you'll recall, that road goes all the way
Right.
out behind the theater.
That's
Yeah,
true.
That'll cut right through. Yeah, if you give me a chance, I could walk you through what you're
That'd be
seeing on your
perfect.
screen.
Just give me a chance.
Well, we're trying to keep
No, but-
moving.
Yeah, quickly. So like I said, it's 30 units. Every unit is 2-car garage. They each have parking in front of it. So that gives a lot of parking options. It has basically its own park. I mean, this is 9 units per acre. So you see it's quite spacious for a townhome development.
Yeah.
You see they have a deepened setback on the north, which I think the neighbors there probably appreciates 40 feet instead of the required 20. They have a lot of trees and shrubs along the perimeter. What else? Street trees. There are a few kind of remaining comments, but because it's a PRD and general plan stage, we're just looking at the concept plan right now. They have given some architectural things that, if they are successful, they'll move towards addressing.
Well, I appreciate that it does not affect the most obvious commercial lot down on
Yeah,
Adelaide.
that being protected is,
That's a
they'll-
big deal for me.
They would
Me too.
leave that front piece for a
Commercial.
commercial.
I
And-
just,
If we do connect that road, I do think they need to take those 3 visitor parking lots, whatever, and put them into the
Somewhere else.
field somewhere, even if it's
Yeah.
on that same drive aisle or over
Make
around
those
the
5
corner.
units or something instead of.
Yeah,
5
still
stalls, 6
keep
stalls.
those 3 somewhere, but
Yeah, and that was planning commission's recommendation,
That's
is that
awesome.
connect right through there.
that's
If
good.
I think they'd be happy to do that, again, without speaking for them too much, but their main concern was working with the city and getting an easement and whether or not we're willing to do that and all that. So that it would mean that they're, tearing up our grass, and I don't know what the sprinkling system looks like.
looks like it's not
They'd
that
have
great
to
in that
fix it.
corner.
yeah.
It doesn't
If
look
we're
good.
reducing the amount we have to water
You
is
might fix
probably a
it.
good thing.
Yeah, maybe. So anyway,
The other item I did appreciate in the concept you had included, you're gonna, about 3 things down. I did like the idea of some additional trees around the roundabout, just to kind of complete out the
Slow
look.
things down.
yeah,
Just, I like visual friction is awesome.
Yep.
yes. Yeah, my comments for the layout were all pretty minor, mostly related to landscaping and screening and stuff, but the actual layout. with
Fencing
the-
stuff.
Yeah.
So I'm just gonna ask the obvious question. Is there any reason to leave this commercial? Is this a viable location for some type of commercial entity?
I would like to
100%.
comment on that too, and that is that when I read the notes from Planning Commission and they say, well, nobody's approached us in 9 years, there is a significant catalyst coming. Having the freeway nearby and having this be between our main intersection and the freeway, I think completely changes the viability of this as commercial.
But it is very far set back.
It is set back.
And we are preserving the the most ideal commercial
Which is on
location,
the
And
corner. I
it
get
is in
it.
a city center.
and it is in the city center. So I want to make sure before we give up any type of commercial land that we have evaluated alternatives and think this is the highest and best use for the spot.
I mean, this isn't the worst. I've seen people try to cram as many people into this lot, but we've always said no on the basis that someday this will be more viable commercial. And I think that someday with the freeway starting now is within sight. It's not that who knows when time frame, which it had been in the past.
You know, in my opinion, if we held on to it, eventually it would go commercial if we
Yeah.
wanted to stick to it. With the visibility the way it is, I wouldn't foresee anything like a retail commercial.
No.
Maybe
it's too
like
far
a
off.
gymnastics thing, or like a daycare, something that doesn't need a lot of.
Doesn't need frontage. Doesn't
But I look at some of the things that
Eyeballs.
have gone in, like behind in Clearfield, right behind where
Like a
the
tire
swig
place?
is, and the
Mhm.
Oh,
there
you're talking
some of
about
those semi-commercial uses, or the stuff that's gone in by the vault, or the if it were that kind of thing,
Industrial.
that kind of commercial use would increase the use of that little of the stuff in front of the movie theater. It would serve for a lunch crowd. It would try to increase
so
the
would-
viability.
These units.
So one could argue that these units will also,
This is third, yeah.
this will be a draw for those same things, that these people
It
will
will.
probably eat at those locations. And if I lived right here, I'd be going to the movie every weekend.
It's true. I'd walk
I'm
out.
okay, but
Yeah.
is it the same? I mean, a commercial could have
But if I'm going
10,
to pick up my
15
kids
employees.
at daycare, I'm not going to go to a movie. I'm just saying.
no,
I'm
but
just
maybe you
saying.
drive by, you're more aware of what's playing. Maybe you
Only
think
to fix
about
the
food
sign.
more. I don't know. Yeah, only if they fix
I
the
think they're
sign.
both symbiotic. I don't know which
Can
I
I
don't
interrupt a minute?
Yes, sir.
Terry, you live in the neighborhood. What's your comment?
Well, first of all, the park and this piece of property right here originally was planned to be patio homes. Back when they put in the Walmart. So the original plan for this area, and I happen to live, in the next street.
Mhm.
So, another comment that I have here is I actually kind of like this in the fact that if you were in Virginia, you would find townhouses, 5 of them together, then another 5, and then over here, another 5, and then another 5, and then you have a park in between. And that is so common that,
You spent too much time in Virginia recently.
yeah. Well, but my point is my understanding, these are about 1,800 square feet. So we're talking
Yeah,
a higher quality home.
Exactly.
and it's
Talking
less
higher.
dense than the previous suggestions. Yeah, a
So,
lot.
and when I was sitting in this chair over here,
I moved because of the fallout over there.
well, the only thing that was ever offered for this was a 4-story apartment building with 600 units.
That's high density.
And
Yeah, and
to
I
me,
don't
this
want
is so much better, but, if I thought that you'd have commercial come in here and retail, I'd say bag this and go with the retail, but I don't think that's coming.
That's kind of where I was going to. I think this location is amenable to this, and where it is a very low density, as long as we I would like to see some more trees and hook that. And if there is an issue with the hammerhead, I would like that addressed, but this
They'll tell you.
concept is actually pretty favorable.
Yeah.
No, so I know all this is kind of preliminary and proposed, but on the application, it's got a general idea of 28 units, then 30, and then in their letter, there's 32. So I assume
It's
We've
30.
seen a few different renditions. They did have one with more than the 30, and then it had the additional.
So what are we approving?
30.
Or
We're
conceptually?
approving the zone.
The zone.
It's
so we're
a
not
general
doing
plan.
any-
I just don't
Yeah.
want to have it, come back and just become.
But I
completely-
am concerned about the old bait and switch, which we've had a few times, where they say, we'd like approval based on 24 units. And now that it's approved for up to 36, we're going to take all of them.
There are some comments from the fire marshal here that they have to still address that may
Yeah.
affect a few units.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah,
the
that's
general
good.
process for this sort of thing is we're looking at general plan and concept plan right now.
Right.
And then they go rezone and all of the architecture stuff. And, so they got
I miss
some
your old
more-
diagram where, it was the new, but now it's old.
The process.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
stopped doing that for us. I can see
Sorry.
where we're at.
As a
I think
it
concept,
helps.
I'm
Yeah.
not opposed to this like I was with the apartments that we saw before. Hated that.
the applicant's here too, if you guys wanted to ask them questions.
He is?
Yeah.
Not in person.
Yeah.
I saw him. I saw him on Zoom, but
If you're there, if you're there.
but that's
Yep.
up to you.
Yeah, you want to talk to the applicant?
I don't know what needs to, I mean, it sounds like we all kind of,
Generally makes sense.
I mean, I'm not against the hearing from him, but it sounds like we're all kind of generally there
Well,
right
then I'm
now.
gonna make
So,
a suggestion without Lisa here. Let's move this to the agenda. We would move it to a consent calendar, but with her not here, let's discuss it.
okay.
Is that okay?
Yep.
Okay, let's move on.
Then if you're out there, make those changes and then I'll be happy. Even though I know it's a concept.
You speak to the screen. You can see.
Speak to the screen.
The camera's over there.
You look like you're talking.
I know, but the voice is.
And Seth, this is yours.
What's that?
After Noah, would you take this one?
Oh, yeah, sure. I'll lead
Go
off.
ahead.
I think you say
You're
I'll lead
next.
off.
Oh, after me.
Yeah, you're good.
I think, unless you want to take the agenda item.
No,
I can give him my best shot.
So this next item is that the Bird scooters
Yeah, never mind.
have approached the city.
Oh,
They would like to do a trial run and operate scooter business here.
hmm.
Mike Butler, he wanted to give a little presentation. In my staff report, I kind of laid out some of the things that we should be aware of with
Mhm.
scooters and some of the potential
Yes.
things. But as far as the pros, you're looking at what's called micro mobility. And it
We
gets
give them
people to bus stops and it
Salt
gets
Lake
them
all
to
the
the
time.
store or whatever.
Good.
Sometimes it's fun. But also the other side, we need to make sure that people aren't tripping over them and getting hurt and all that stuff.
I'm most interested in your geofence technology. I don't know that it's to the point where they would stop working outside of a certain barrier.
They have to have that on them.
They do?
If you cross the border onto Weber State,
Oh, they.
your scooter
Dies.
drops right there.
I think
So,
interesting.
but see, I see these in
But it's
Salt
not
Lake
this
a
company. I
lot,
think
and,
that's like Lion.
and
or
people
something
drop
like
them
Because
in.
it's a costly technology to
People
deploy.
Mr. Butler.
drop them not only on the sidewalk but in
Or maybe it's
yards.
Clinton
And I
Easton.
just
Yeah,
No,
I'm
he's
concerned about that
somebody
too.
else.
it's
That's
kind of
what
a and
But what
told
we're
him-
suggesting is that outside of a zone, it wouldn't work
oh
anymore.
no,
That's
I
the-
totally
oh, okay.
I get
All right.
that. This is my other one.
Is
though.
Clint
I'm like, I
Hastings
see
somebody
them
else?
being
Yeah,
used,
Okay.
and
More
this
on
is
the
the
fiber.
other problem.
Oh, he's
But I do, I look, there's being litter everywhere.
Well, if they didn't come, I guess we can just table it unless you guys want to.
I mean, I've got
Let's
a
table it.
I've got a
Let 'em-
balance
let
in
'em
my bird
speak.
account currently, so if it came, I could use it. But
So the interesting thing, like normally I'd say we don't have infrastructure to support this. I don't know, but with the developments coming in along Antelope, and something like this, I can actually see
It working.
this being something that could work for at least the town center.
Yeah.
the one thing I would mention, I don't know if Chief has any experience with it, but a lot of my family is in law enforcement, and they've said just the scooter thing is just a nightmare.
Yeah.
Can you take it through a drive-through?
I'm sure you could. I don't know if it has the weight.
Sure.
I don't think you can actually legally.
But it causes quite a bit. I mean,
They're
some
dri-
people are drinking and driving technically,
But,
and,
but that's the other thing too, is they
lot of
drive them on the sidewalk
Yeah.
and then you should
Oh,
go
yeah,
quite a
because
bit
it's,
faster than a
Really
pedestrian
drinking.
and even faster than a footmobile kind of scooter. And that can be a problem. I've seen several near misses.
Yeah.
just a thought.
Down
just
Salt
to be-
Lake.
So the-
safety is kind
The
of.
decision that we have to make is
And they've got wider sidewalks.
what they're requesting is that like a temporary business
A
license,
trial.
just a trial. But we could do that, or if we wanted to, if we're really interested, we could start working on some ordinance and like a regulation structure, because we have just like nothing in our ordinance to even
Mhm.
regulate this sort of thing.
So would they just be operating out of ordinance, or we just wouldn't
They
address
just be
it?
operating as they just have a
As a
business
business.
license. Yeah.
Well, and there's always the question of, are these legal on the street or just the sidewalk?
Right.
Because some people try to
Bike
ride them on
lanes
the
and
edge of
all.
the street, which is very dangerous.
Well,
This is
technically,
where we
but if
need
it's in a
green
bike
painted
lane,
sidewalks.
And that's where like regulations for the city would come into play.
Right.
We
Yeah.
could regulate where, how fast, you know, if is there any infrastructure improvements we want to make?
I think there's a lot to discuss before we could go forward with
I think we
something
hear
like
his,
this.
we hear their presentation.
Council, let's table it.
okay, thank you.
Okay. Next item, swimming pools.
Oh, yeah.
This is yours.
This is your baby.
This is your baby.
Currently ordinance says you gotta be 8 feet to the property line and have a fence around your pool.
All right, so I went through and I had several people approach me that have been wanting to put in pools, and apparently our ordinance is one of the strictest in the state. 8 feet is pretty high. I saw some that were as low as 3 feet. And I sent you examples of several of them. And some of them, it depended on whether you are on an interior side of your yard or an exterior side of your yard. Several of them also had addressed the idea of 20 feet if you are adjacent to a neighbor's building. So let's say you're 8 feet away and they've got a garage just over the fence and your pool leaks, there's a risk of
destroying
their foundation.
Yeah.
Right there if it's leaking and they're like a slab on grade and it caves in. So just as I was looking through, I started out just saying, look, I think 8 feet is too much. Maybe we should push it down to 6, 5. If it is on an exterior, like if you're on a corner, maybe you can't get as close to the fence. I don't know if there's something I want to look at, but I did think some of those protections for neighbors' structures would be worthwhile adding in as well. Most everything else we had addressed in here, the fences, blocking. I know I also saw some ordinances that required pool cover when it's not in use, simply to preserve water. It reduces evaporation, I guess.
It's also, it does help with safety.
It does help. Well, not
Somewhat,
really. If you
somewhat.
fall on a
It's
pool
almost
cover,
worse.
it's actually worse.
Yeah, because you can't get out.
But
it depends on what kind, because there's.
Yeah, if it's one of the motorized ones that you
Yes.
can lock in place, then yes. But a pool cover that you just throw on the pool and someone falls on that,
It's more dangerous.
Yeah, it's actually more dangerous. And so I would like to send this to the Planning Commission to have them address some of these issues. I don't know if you have to offer specific guidelines, but I would like at least those items addressed. And just evaluate a lot of the ones like the ones I sent, and then maybe a few others.
One of the things that I want to comment on is that I think that whatever we decide, there has to be some consistency between what we allow for structures above and below ground. Meaning we have serious change in regulations between what's allowable 3 feet from your property line and what's allowable 5 feet from your property line. And I'm not opposed to saying that because this holds water, which is another thing, that 8 feet is wrong. I'm just saying that we can't get more liberal with what could erode a structure and say that 3 feet's enough if like an accessory dwelling or accessory structure like a shed or a shop can't be that way, because we got to have some consistency between that. We can't say that this is more allowable than what we do.
Yeah, you don't want to look at it in a vacuum.
And,
Yeah.
And I was looking around, is there anywhere that says the pool can't take up your whole backyard?
I don't think there.
I didn't think there was. Someone said that it wouldn't fit in their backyard, but I think it was because they didn't have 8 feet on every single side, plus for the size of pool they wanted to build. So that's kind of what drove this. We're actually, apparently one of the contractors called the city and someone said 7 feet. And so they dug it to 7 feet, and then the inspector came and said, no, it's got to be 8 feet. And so they dug it out. They had to fill in the hole and redig it.
Oh.
And I don't know if they called this, again, that was all hearsay, but they said someone told them 7 feet, but they thought maybe it could have been the state. And so there was a lot of confusion. This looks pretty clear to me.
Yeah.
But I do want to try and at least add some accommodations to make this a more viable item for our city and make sure we're not super restrictive, unnecessarily restrictive.
Council, Lisa also was one who wanted this on the agenda. Are you opposed to it going to the Plan Commission?
That's fine. Fine.
I'm fine.
Okay,
Yep.
I expressed my concerns, so.
okay. All right, let's send it to Planning Commission.
Okay. Next, Burbage property rezone request. So Antone Burbage is this local guy that has this home occupation. He's got his house, his garage, and he does timbers and stuff on fronts of homes. And he started out as this home occupation, but then over time there started being like more storage and then more employees, and it's just kind of like built up. So fire marshal has some major concerns with some of the stuff he's doing. We sent it to planning commission. He applied for a rezone to go industrial, which is one of the options. In the packet I laid out kind of the different scenarios. It's not exactly a cut and dry situation, a little bit confusing, but he could simply try to come into compliance, but that means he's going to have to probably significantly change the way he does business. Or he could move out and find an industrial space, or the option that he's trying to pursue is he wants to convert his space to industrial space. Problem is it's in the middle of a residential zone, but it is on arterial, but it's surrounded on all sides by residential. So if the industrial route is what he wants to pursue, he'll have to install some perimeter fencing. And then for the city to keep in mind, that's like an industrial pad now. Like there can be industrial uses
With any other
yeah
future,
unless
Including the noise that goes along with them. The noise ordinance is different from industrial area.
I mean, the city's in charge of his zoning. I suppose if we see that he's moving out or something, we could go and self-initiate a zone change. But the chances of us being that aware and who knows,
monitoring it, we're not going to be.
Question on
Probably not.
what happened to him? He was talking about just dialing it back for a little bit there. And he changed his mind, I guess.
No, he said he's willing to do that.
Okay.
But there's still some concerns about whether or not he'll successfully be able to do that, or if we'll have to keep an eye on him again, or but yeah, he has like a drying facility and like this big saw cutting facility, and then a huge warehouse and forklifts and employees.
I love the flag on the side. That's
big
awesome.
flag, yeah. No problem with that. But the big offenders are the number of employees that come, and then the outdoor storage. He's got timbers that are just kind of piled up all over. So you probably have to like
maybe you should tell his
lease out a
employees.
space.
So
tell his employees to carpool.
Yeah, or just meet them on site,
Yeah.
So why not go for A1 for the whole lot? Because that is, if I remember right, it's even more lax than industrial.
But he's got a house on it. How can you be
Half of it's already
A1 is, you can live on an A1,
Yes, but I'm just saying.
but you can't live on an
But
industrial.
what's it, structural and everything?
So it's already half A1, and the problem is the home occupation ordinance applies to
Not
the
A1.
home.
A
It's
home
not an
zoning.
A1 or zoning issue. It's the home occupation ordinance that applies to what
Because
it
he lives on
regulates
the
what you
property.
can and can't do out of your home. And he's just,
We gotta
even though
comply.
his home is on a bigger piece of land and it's on the arterial, so it's probably more conducive to have a little bit bigger home occupation. But even then, he's
Because all the semis
Yeah.
use that roundabout to turn
'Cause
around.
I'm okay going to an A1, but I'm not comfortable putting an industrial in the middle of a residential area, especially those neighbors. I'm sure they're living with it now, but it's, I just don't like making islands of zones.
Well, I mean,
We,
I
we're
understand what
happy
he
that
has there, but
we're happy to have a business in Syracuse. Yay!
I know, it's a
we
crap,
want to
yeah.
attract business in
I'm
Syracuse.
glad he's doing
no,
good, right?
I'm not so much concerned about his use of industrial or suggested use, but what we have to do to be consistent if we made this industrial. What does that, what does that open us up to across the city with
It-
putting an industrial use in the middle of residential other places.
Well, the question is that they would have to apply each one of them, wouldn't they?
Yes, but
So, but
would we
And they would say,
would
"Well,
we
you
be
did it for
subject to
him."
consistency and say,
probably.
yeah,
It's
because
a
I,
legislative decision each time.
Yeah, so it'd be up to
but
you each time.
if we're not consistent, that's not,
But I think his is
Very
like
good
they
governing.
want to
Not
not him
called
down.
out on it.
You might
Yeah.
be called out. Yeah, that's fair.
that's not very good governing to say, well, it's okay for him, but not for you.
Noah,
Yeah,
what about,
This is in my backyard.
what about, is he, if we go to industrial has big buffer issues. Can he still do those buffer issues and maintain?
So
Because he's gonna ask to be grandfathered in, I'm assuming.
Yeah.
And,
his-
and
his-
that's a no.
Yeah, his shed is already,
Like
I'm not
within
sure
3
exactly how many feet he is
Probably
from.
3 feet.
No, I
Not
think it's
many.
probably like 10 feet from the boundary,
Oh, 10, really?
but the buffer ordinance requires a 20-foot landscape buffer when you're next to residential. So there, unless we make him tear down his shed, there's no way for him to actually meet that, but he would be able to put 10 feet of landscaping and a wall. So that would still provide a pretty good buffer, but
When you say shed, you're talking about the really big.
sorry,
Yeah.
It's
his
it's a
workshop.
Barn.
Okay,
industrial
workshop,
facility.
there you go, because that's not a little shed. Yeah,
That gives a better, you can
it's
see
big,
the one with the solar panels.
yeah,
That's where he operates his business, and
yeah.
the flag and that other tan one, those are just shade tents that he uses seasonally.
So the
And then the house is on the corner.
lot
So what's that
directly,
lot behind?
yeah, that looks like it's adjacent to what used to be a church,
It's
that house.
agriculture.
So it's really being used for nothing right now, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so there's the issue of if you rezone him, what's this guy next door gonna want to do with his
Because he was a
land?
church, and then, but you got 2 houses up front too. That one, 1940,
But surprisingly,
1924.
none of the neighbors to the north around there, nobody
Yeah.
came.
They don't
They
care.
didn't say anything
So
about
it's
it.
the 2 neighbors up front,
What was
The neighbor kitty corner,
kitty corner.
Rampton,
Oh,
he's the one
like,
that came out against it. He
2650?
owns the, to the southwest. He owns that and wants to develop that, and he's worried about what that might do to his property.
I can't imagine that having great effect as it's tucked behind everything.
it's tucked
to be
behind his
honest, but-
house. That's weird. Okay. That's a poo-poo.
So his house is the one on the corner?
Where the red,
This one.
the
Where the red dot is,
It's the land where the
it's the open land
You don't
field,
wanna-
nothing.
No, I mean, the guy who wants the industrial, that's.
Yeah.
he's the
Yeah.
actual corner.
Yeah,
House
he's
in the
on
corner.
the
It's a
right
really
nice
nice
wooden
house.
fence
It's a
and-
big wooden
It's
fence.
not a very big yard. I've been there, visited that property, and
But then he's got this whole, so none of the other neighbors, even the 2 out front, didn't complain at all? So it's just the one guy at kitty
Because it's
corner?
kind of like boiling a crab, right? You just kind of did it slowly over time and stay put.
I don't know, but
Sorry.
I
and
mean,
that house actually
The
has
one's been a
real-
rental, I know,
has
on the
had real
front.
complaints in the past.
it could be reasoning.
That
The-
house that is
The
on the
right
corner,
next door neighbor, that's
because
been
the
a
big
rental.
trucks that go around that
before.
roundabout just rattle the whole
Sure,
place. And I was there and experienced it.
Mhm.
It was, he has a real complaint, and it's valid.
Who was complaining about this?
The house there, because of
Which,
the one on the corner.
uh-huh,
Okay, so when big trucks go around that roundabout,
Oh, yeah.
especially because it's oval shaped,
yeah,
not round, it shakes the whole house. It just affects that whole property. And then,
semis use it a lot to turn
Yeah,
around when
they
they
do.
come off of Antelope because they want to
Quite
go
the-
head back
quite the
down
backup
Antelope.
on,
Yeah, no,
roundabout.
they
I followed the
come
Maverick
down.
truck one night.
You
It
know,
comes
one of the
down
problems
2000
here
back
is
up.
I happen
That's
to know
terrible.
everybody that lives on that corner.
Yeah,
And right now, one of them is an arrest home. One of them is not rented, it's being remodeled.
yeah.
And the other one is for sale. So
So it's not really
that's
about the
why we didn't
neighbors.
get any public input, is because nobody's there.
Nobody's living there.
The
Interesting.
feedback was that the applicant himself discussed that the equipment, as far as the noise issues were, he wasn't operating anything louder than a lawnmower, which, depending on where it's located within a closed facility, maybe, but I mean, we all kind of know when somebody's mowing their lawn next door, it's fine because it's 30 minutes. But if it's
All day long.
8 hours of lawnmower, you might get a little frustrated.
But again, if he gets industrial, or not industrial, agriculture,
He already has
He's okay.
agriculture.
so,
But
He
it's the
has,
home-based business.
no, like zoning, so he's already,
well,
he's
farmers are
A1?
home-based businesses.
He's already A1.
He's
is
operating
A1.
outside of it though, as a home.
The
based
home
occupation.
is not A1, but the rest of the property is A1.
Paul has a comment here. He's been trying to get in.
Go for it.
And it has to do with permitted uses in the various zones. When you look at A1, it doesn't allow
Yeah.
industrial uses. It's got a list of preferred uses, and they're mostly agricultural and residential. When you look at the general industrial uses in the ID zone, and this is where Noah referred, he said this becomes an industrial pad. So if you were to sell this, someone could come in, these are permitted uses. So whether you like it or not, they would be entitled to do them. Engine repair, manufacturing chemicals and plastic products, manufacturing, processing, milling, apparel, food products, fabricated metal, pawn shops, painting, lending, printing and publishing, you got rehab centers, restaurants, storage facilities, warehousing, tattoo parlors, welding welding
Adult
shops,
businesses
wholesale trade,
are in our
and
industrial
conditional
zone.
uses, sexual work businesses. I mean, there's a lot of uses there that may not fit.
That's one key one.
Neighborhood.
So the famous
In
five.
a neighborhood,
Ones
yeah.
we don't really want.
So that's
Thank
something
you.
to consider. You know, do you want to rezone in the middle of an
Consider
established
the
residential
future.
zone area, an industrial use,
It'll be
that
adult
any of those could be
next to
permitted.
Lakeside Church.
Thanks, Paul.
My suggestion to the landowner would be scale down or move to an industrial zone.
Yeah.
Can you say that again?
We have to be building some right here in Antelope.
Scale
with
down what he's
great
doing.
visibility.
Dial it down. Yeah.
Dial it down or go to
Wouldn't
move to
give
an
him a deal.
industrial area.
I did put him in touch with some landowners. He's
In Syracuse?
trying to.
Okay, good. Just
Yeah.
wanna make sure we didn't-
Yeah.
Yeah, we want to
Give
keep
him
him for
ideas
sure.
outside of this.
He's a good business.
He doesn't want to commute.
And he's a good guy, and you know.
Yeah.
but-
Yeah, we'd love to keep them here. We just, I
Can't.
don't think I could do an industrial on the spot.
It's kind of a good problem. For, business has been good.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
It's kind of a good
Kudos
problem.
to him.
And I would say maybe just in general, his business grew beyond property allowances. That's maybe
That's a nice problem.
and that is what we've had with other
Yeah.
home-based businesses. They grew beyond the capability of being a residential business, and they have to make that decision.
Okay.
I agree.
So this is a work session.
Yeah.
The task at hand is, do you want to send it to the next meeting for a vote? Or
I think that
They're
suggestion
entitled to a
is,
vote.
Yeah, I think you have to have a vote,
we have to vote.
I
Okay.
don't think we have a choice, yeah.
Then send it to the next.
but I can kind of tell you
It's
where
the
it's
cards
gonna
on the
go.
wall.
Yeah. I think
Yeah.
Okay, let's move on. We'll put it on the agenda and we'll vote it down. And is there a
Maybe.
consent? No.
No
Agenda?
surprise.
There is no consent, no
There's no
agenda.
consent.
Okay,
Okay, the next one is called Towns at City Center. This is also a rezone to the mixed use. Let me share my screen. Planning Commission also reviewed this one, but this is the parcel that we affectionately refer to as the one behind the corner noodle. So,
Which is always positive for Corner Noodles advertising.
yeah, free advertising.
They're awesome.
So applicant is Josh Hughes. You can see the vacant parcel there. It's in the town center. Currently zoned general commercial. The mixed use requirements for rezone require architecture and landscaping and a site plan. So he's included all of that. I'll show you guys that. This is his plan. You can see to the south is the kind of the back of that building, and the north is the junior high. He's proposing 4 5-plex, so 20 units, and it's about an acre. So this is 20 units per acre, in contrast to the last one, which was 9 units per acre. But this is a different context. It's in our town center where we're trying to get, some mixed use. The two end buildings that face opposite directions, the southern end cap on the ground floor is a true vertical mixed use unit, and it's adjacent to the other townhomes. So these are 3-story townhomes. Planning Commission is actually recommending denial, but they did say they like the project, but their concern is about parking.
They all have 2-car garages though.
But
Except for
the or the commercial use doesn't
except for
have
the one
any
that's above the
parking.
commercial. Yep.
Okay.
Because that garage door is
Where
like
do
a
customers
smaller.
park?
Yeah, so they were just worried that people wouldn't actually park in their garages and that there would be, you know, there's actually, if you look at the entire area, I mean, there's a lot of parking all around, but without an official permission, it could become problematic. But
Yeah.
I think there's definitely plenty of capacity. But this
Could
is a
be
different
complaints from
kind
the
of
business that
product.
has the parking.
Yeah, but this is a different kind of product. This is kind of like more of an urban living situation. You're gonna live here if you like kind of being in the mix of things.
Mm-hmm.
Let me show you their elevations.
So just out of curiosity, before you move off that other picture, because you already did, do
I go back.
those businesses there have a rear entrance?
No. So
None of them
there's
do.
a garage door.
Talking about the mixed use ones or the
No, the
corner noodle?
the corner noodle and such.
No,
None of them have.
it's just a
They have
sign.
service.
I knew it was a Phil yesterday if they had
I
something.
think they have
Service
man
doors.
man
Yeah,
doors. They have
just like
man door,
the yeah,
like a
like
man
back
door
door.
to
Just
to
still
take
go
the trash
around.
out and stuff.
So I guess my
That's
question is, would this parking block those exits?
No, it's not a drivable.
Because
exit,
currently it's
walk-
just
it's
grass.
Sidewalk.
It's an emergency exit though.
Right. Well,
It's just a
but
sidewalk. So the sidewalk will still be.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that was.
That's not on
Yeah.
his land, but there is kind of like a sidewalk, and then there's a grassy area, and then it would be his drive aisle. So you can see the floor plans, but I think you probably just want to see what they'll look like. You could see that he's
So I want to know what the plan is. So we heard a proposal for this, obviously for storage units, and we heard a proposal that it would become something residential, and this is a new type of
I
residential.
like the interiors. Sorry.
The one before this talked about the O'Reilly property. This would not be included in this proposal?
no.
Is
And the
there-
applicant can maybe talk to that. I think he would be willing to expand that.
No,
but
I
it
mean,
just
my
doesn't-
curiosity
I think
is,
O'Reilly said go jump in a lake.
Josh, do you want to jump in?
my point to that question, before we make a lot of assumptions, just was, is there a plan for that property? Because if it stays commercial, that kind of affects this. If it doesn't have a use, then, if there's no identified future for that property, does our decision here affect that property and its viability? So I hate to make it, we know they're moving, so I hate to make it a non-viable property.
It seems
I
to me like
think-
this increases access to
I
that
do
property.
too. I think more people are more
I
likely to
would
go
say
there.
yes, but I'm concerned that
If we can get Wendy's to stay open more, I think that
24/7.
not run out all the
I-
time.
I've spoken with the owner of that building, but I don't have any indication what the future of it is. My guess is that they would like to release it out to somebody.
Okay.
It's very expensive to tear down.
How close are we to vacancy on that? Do you know based on the build?
It's
pretty close,
O'Reilly's is
They're
a
pretty-
shell right now.
I mean, it's
Yeah,
So-
I think we're
We're
still at
we're
least 4 or
still-
5 months out.
We're still
4 or
into
5
summer
months.
probably.
Council, I'm going to bring Josh into
Fall.
the discussion if you'd
You
like
think
to
so?
visit with him about anything.
Just on that note, we have talked with the neighbor there. So the original proposal I think you're referring to, Dave, was brought up by Doug Rich. And he'd been talking with Noah a little bit, and he had hopes of incorporating the parcel that's also in the center of the city center.
Yeah, I'm very
Where they do
against that.
fireworks. Yeah. And
I
then
don't want
O'Reilly.
that to be.
So he wanted to tie all three together and kind of do something
Yeah.
a little bit bigger. As you guys know, I think are planning on doing an RFP for the center piece. So that kind of, shrunk this a little bit. And then speaking with that property owner, with O'Reilly's lease in place, they wanted 2.6 million for that piece.
Wow.
Now with them vacating, they've moved it down to 2.2, but not viable to expand the
Okay.
residential into that at this point. And they do have a broker. I spoke with the broker yesterday, so they are trying to release it, as Noah said. I guess, can I bring up some of the other things with the project at this point, Mayor? Okay, so a few things that we're really excited about. One, we think this really fits in with what the mixed use ordinance was designed to do. This project, I think, follows the vertical mixed use motif better than any of the ones prior. You guys kind of mentioned size of units earlier in reference to the other project. That's one cool thing about these is they all are just a little shy of 1,800. They're in the 70s or something if you look at the floor plans there. But 4 bedrooms, 3.5 baths, 2-car garage. So I mean they're good, properties that I think will bring in hopefully, the type of people that we want in the town center there that with some disposable income. It is significantly more dense, as Noah pointed out, than the last project. But again, this is kind of the most urban part of the city. And so I think, if anything, this is where you really want to load up on density. And we even debated whether this was dense enough for, I guess, kind of the area. But anyway, we would consider, I guess another option is to do stacked, kind of stacked flats and try and get some increased density there. Parking wise, 2.0 for the mixed use ordinance is really pretty high for like an urban environment, but we still, are awful close there, obviously with the 2-car garages. We are working with all 3 surrounding property owners about cross parking. That was what I talked to the broker about yesterday on the O'Reilly piece, to have some cross parking on off business hours. We've talked with Jorgensen to the south, who owns the strip mall there. He has some extra on the west side of his parcel. That's kind of by the old Baskin Robbins drive-in or drive-through, I guess, that we talked about maybe, again, after hours. And then Doug's good friends with the Walmart manager, who started to try and run things up the chain for us to Walmart corporate to see if we can get a cross access for a certain number of their spaces too. So we are working to make sure that there's ample parking. We don't have those obviously in place quite yet. As far as a couple other things, I think going back to like the discussion about water, I think these type of projects are going to help that average. You guys saw in the landscape plan how much landscaping we have, and you break that down per capita versus a lot in R1 or R2. I mean, this is hopefully where we change the average a little bit. I know our whole apartment complex, we're dedicating 50 acre feet of water. I think 49.5 acre feet anyway of water for a parcel that has like 1 3/4 acre of landscaping, really. And so this is maybe an area that the city can, I would hope, make a little bit of ground on the water and the deficit and stuff there. Interesting. Let's see. I think that's kind of the main things that I wanted to hit, but I'm happy to answer any questions. Oh, one thing on the Planning Commission denial. I think this was probably in Councilman Teague's report, but the council was trying to send, or excuse me, the Planning Commission was trying to send a message of a split vote. They were kind of deliberate about that, and they kind of talked about, hey, who's doing what votes. They only had 5 of them there, and they needed 4 to carry, so it was a 4-1 vote. But they were trying to send a message that, hey, we're not completely opposed, but we do have some concerns with parking and whatnot. But overall, it seemed that they, in my opinion, liked it, other than they were concerned about the parking. I did send Noah the pictures of, I went and drove 7 different properties today that are 3-story towns with alley-fed 2-car garages. I took pictures down, each of the alleys to kind of see. I was curious too, are people trying to kind of park sideways in front of their garages? And anyway, there was none of that. And anyway, I think it's a great project for the location.
Josh, how would you enforce parking there?
So yeah, we'll have an HOA, and the HOA will be kind of self, governing, and we'll definitely try and take a page from some of these other similar units and try and kind of clone their HOA, I guess, docs a little bit because they've apparently been very successful with it. And then when it comes bleeding into neighboring businesses, I mean, I would hope that, it doesn't have to be the stick, but theoretically, I mean, somebody keeps parking in O'Reilly's parking lot after being asked not to, and they get a boot on their car. They'll probably be pretty self-regulating, after that, I would hope. But with 4 bedrooms and one of them being on the main floor, kind of separated from those upper bedrooms, my guess is if they have extra stuff to store, it would kind of go in that bottom level bedroom rather than, hopefully clogging up the garage. But
yeah.
Yeah, I think I shared with you guys my notes from last time, but I did want to stress that was something where they deliberately said that, I forget, Paul, exactly what they said, but it's something to the extent of they were going back and forth how they should vote, and they even kind of intimated before they vote, however you vote, I'm going to vote opposite, so this gives a split decision. Then Paul was like, well, it's not going to come forward unless you get 4 votes, and then it was like, who's gonna vote? And it was a long, drawn out process.
They want to
So,
send a mixed message.
yeah, mixed use
So-
mixed message.
Was
So they
there any
had mixed
discussion
feelings.
about,
Yeah.
was there any discussion about the fact that there's almost no common space? I mean, every development needs, I mean, I'm not saying that there needs to be a lot, but I mean, I guess, what if you have a pet?
Ordinance of, what is
Does-
it?
Well,
58%?
in mixed use, I'm not sure that it's the same as like PRD.
No, we put in like, I want to say
It's
it's,
20%
Yeah, I remember
landscaping
talking about that.
is required.
Yeah,
because I was
'Cause I don't
a
think
stickler for
there's-
that.
Because I think nationally it's like 16 and we went with 20.
You said
Yeah,
it was,
We
I mean, it's
want
like
to
50%
use more water.
mixed use.
I think it's 20.
20, okay.
But and
The
they
tabulations on the engineer drawings in there.
yeah, they do meet it. I don't remember the exact percentage.
So because they've got that
Was it
courtyard
20?
area in the middle and
Didn't
then
it
all
come
the
out like
Landscape
that?
area is
around.
34%.
Wow.
And I think it's by landscape, you know, I think they have what they call the hardscape, which, you know, would count like the
Plaza.
sidewalks and stuff in the plaza there, as well as, I guess, softscape. So it's kind of.
Okay, so- I'm concerned that the commercial space is very small. I'm not sure what would actually go in those commercial spaces. I mean, to be commercial space, it needs to be really viable for a variety of uses in my mind. If there's like only one use, then it doesn't quite work out. And then I'm questioning whether, I mean, I'm sure that it's been calculated correctly, but if you've got a drive-through street, would the 2 interior corners be viable as well? I'm not saying they have to be, but it almost seems to me that if those 4 that are along the through street were commercial, it would be, it's hard to record your whisper.
I'm so sorry.
He's,
For the
he's trying to
record.
help me.
I know.
I'm trying to pull up the first floor commercial floor plan.
But what my
I'll
point
have to
is
look
that
email to get it.
if that's actually a drive through to business, maybe having more business is more viable than less. I'm not sure on that. I'm just kind of questioning that.
You just increase traffic.
So I you know, can kind of see where you're going with that, Dave. My only thought, and I think I shared this with the applicant as well, was just like, do you then have more of less viable business?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, I don't want to,
If the first ones aren't viable, then it
Yeah,
doesn't
why
help to
we-
have more unviable.
I don't want them to just carry
Right.
units to.
But if you have a place that you drive to and you see other businesses, it helps make those viable. So that's what I was going for
And
there.
the type of uses you'd be
From page
looking at would be
166
like
in the
a stylist studio, or I don't know what the
Right.
esthetician or something like that. Is that kind of, I think
Appraiser.
that's what I remember
You
asking.
say
Appraiser's office.
Our tax attorney.
But see, I guess, but to that point, like, we want to make sure that it is a good space that meets those requirements. So I'd kind of like to see what you're targeting. Because I know of a restaurant in town that I love the restaurant, but
It's too small.
it's way too small to be a restaurant, and it's just not a viable space for that type of business. And I want to make sure that
And
we
that's
understand
kind
the
of my
target here.
concern is, I mean, if it's not even big enough to be a yoga studio, or it's not big enough to
Oh,
be
it's probably big for
coffee-
yoga.
for one person,
Oh, no,
but is
that's
it big enough for 15?
What's the square
Oh,
feet
no,
again?
I'm saying if you got a 2-car garage, you can fit good.
Okay.
But you'll notice that this is
Like
smaller
That
than
is smaller than the 2-car garage.
than the other.
This has actually been reworked, but this is what made it in the packet.
Yeah, the commercial is smaller than the townhomes.
Yeah. And so that was, again, my point is, if you can't even have
Probably
like
by
a
about
coffee
2
shop
feet
or
on
a,
the side.
then and how many, is it
Yeah,
really
it's
viable? I'm not sure.
Yeah, so
That's good.
it's not set up for a retail type environment, I don't really think. The most recent version that we didn't get in time for the packet, but it kind of shows how it could lay out and kind of have an open commercial space like it shows there. And then actually goes back, and there was like a space for like a separate office, and then space for like kind of the break room, and then the bathroom all the way in the back. So it kind of has all the components that, you know, you would want. But again, it's not obviously going to be the next, you know, Facebook headquarters, or, you know, the
No.
timber guy's not going to fit in there. But, you know, as you said, an appraiser, you know, somebody who does hair, you know, yeah, kind of a self-employed type of situation. But it is all separate from the upstairs. Noah said that was important to the ordinance, that the two weren't connected. And it does have floor to ceiling commercial glass on the two corners. And I think some of the
Which
elevations
helps.
kind of show that. So, you know, if it, you know, is a legitimate commercial space that would read commercial to somebody from the outside.
They have their own door too, right?
Yeah, like it
roll-up
shows right
door.
there.
Or front door and a roll-up door.
And then in the back is a roll up. Yeah, it was right there.
There we go. You can kind of see.
So
the
if they're
sides.
using that roll-up door, is that gonna block people from entering there?
Well,
Neighborhood?
it's on the same side as the.
So you can see what the back looks like. That's what we're talking
Yeah, but usually you don't pull into a roll-up. You park in front of it and unload.
I guess if it's the end unit, where?
That's a good point.
Yeah.
I think deliveries are never super convenient, whether it's at fast
Amazon.
food places or whatever, but they make it quick.
Interesting.
Yeah, there you go. That's a good view of that.
And so he's actually since switched the entrance to the unit above the commercial so that that's on the front, which helps. I think
The entrance
make
to
it more defined.
to the housing is in the front.
Yeah.
Okay. And it's just an entrance to a stairwell, or
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, just on the right side there where that brick wall is currently.
Okay.
Okay.
I think the inside became more functional as we changed that too.
Yeah. Well, it looks.
We were
pretty
asked-
good if we can figure out the parking.
This is what I'd like to do, if you're okay with it. Again, since Lisa isn't here, let's put it on the agenda so we can discuss again and then vote.
We were
Yeah, I mean, we can't vote tonight anyway, but
Is there any reason why you wouldn't pull the commercial out in front of the real living units next door? Make it
just-
4 feet bigger or something like that?
Yeah, I think we're up against some setback issues, but we could probably pop it out a little bit as that other one is, but it was just kind of how to.
anything you can do to make the commercial stand out makes me feel like it's more viable.
Yeah, because right now it looks like it's
almost
pushed back and
less.
kind of hidden.
Yeah. Where you've got
You know,
the
I'm an
porticos.
architecture critic. And so this right here,
But
Lisa would tell you farmhouse.
But the extended, well, okay, so I like the extended porticos, but where you don't really have the same expansion on the corner, it makes it look like that's de-emphasized and
yeah, it
less
makes it look like the
visible, less
residential
obvious.
is the
Almost like
prominent
it's
thing
the
here.
HOA office, which I would not find an acceptable use.
Sure.
If you are looking at the elevation, one thing that the facade does is it has a unique roof treatment over the commercial.
I like
I
that.
agree.
I do. I like
agree
that.
with
I
that.
just think it looks like it's pushed in as opposed to being.
And where would you
Right.
put your commercial sign on? Would you put it on the building itself or?
glass.
Noah had a great idea of doing like a blade sign kind of on the corner.
Yeah, that would
You
be
could kind of explain
successful.
that. I thought that was a good idea.
That would just definitely help with visual from both sides. or-
Yeah, they would definitely need signage, and the corner blade is the kind that like sticks out
Right.
sideways.
Yeah.
Might be kind of cool.
Maybe kind of above it.
Noah's a big fan of things that stick
I
out. of
I
it.
am
Like he-
concerned about
his
parking.
favorite
though.
sign in the city is the Fizz sign.
I like
That's
that.
It is
my favorite as well.
It is a cool
I'm
sign.
not
Tell
a huge
them to
sign
put up
fan,
a
but
Fizz sign.
you know.
As far as signs go, it's a good one.
Bring it
If I'm
back.
gonna get a
Yeah,
sign.
thank you. Actually said it.
I think for me personally, I would, and I shared this with the applicant already as well. I would like to see, you know, that cross access really kind of solidified, just because there was a lot of concerns around parking.
Agreed.
I don't know that the type of people we're looking for, or we're not looking for specific people, but the type of people that would typically fall into this kind of development would necessarily need as much parking as probably any other place, because it's city center and maybe more of that urban. We're hoping they're riding their bird scooters at some point and
But at
going
the
around,
same
business
time,
could.
going around town.
I'm a
but-
little more concerned that there's enough business spaces, because you've just got that parallel park for business, and that concerns me. I wonder if that's enough.
Do you think you're gonna be able to get any headway on those cross easements in 2 weeks when we meet again?
Well, so Some of the situations are a little funny. So for example, like Mr. Jorgensen to our south, you know, I think he's willing, in our discussions, willing to do it if it's going to be approved, but doesn't necessarily want to do it if it's going to help it be approved, maybe. So I am confident we can get it worked out in 2 weeks. I don't know for sure, especially dealing with giants like Walmart and stuff, but
sure,
we'll try our best.
I'm hesitant to approve businesses that have no allocated parking.
Yeah.
So they have about 8 units or 8 stalls, right?
But that's also
but
shared for the
but the
use.
thing is, a business is going to want a reserved spot. So he's
Yeah.
going to say, I want a sign on that spot. And so people know
Says
that is
for
my
my
parking
business.
spot and that people aren't parking there. Because the worst thing you can
Parking
do
for-
is drive up to a business and be like,
Now I have nowhere to park.
I'm going somewhere else.
Yeah.
That's if it's retail though.
Well, still, if I'm going to visit my architect or my lawyer
or to get my nails done,
or to get a
I'm
pedicure,
which I don't.
I want to be able to park.
The discussion we were having with the broker on the O'Reilly piece, you can kind of see where the asphalt already kind of goes in front of that commercial unit there.
Yeah.
We were talking about doing some parking there that could be anytime, and then in the parking lot that could be after hours. And at the same time, trying to kind of rework their dumpster location to push that up to the north boundary. And anyway, do a few things, you know, on our dime that might improve their property and ours a little bit.
All of that would be very welcome.
I like that idea.
Because yeah, like what if they would allow you just to paint some lines in front of that business right there? Because it's unusable land right there.
Nobody's going to drive over there and just.
I think that suddenly makes that be a much more viable spot because I can park right in front of it, and I'm lazy and I like that.
And even, you know, like over where I go to our dojo, there, you know, there's little businesses, and they only have like 3 at the most parking designated for them, and it works.
So I'm
It's
just going to
annoying.
throw this out for.
But it works. Yeah.
For sake of thought here, I don't know that this is going to work for you, but it may be more viable if you were able to get something worked out with that just grassy, unusable space. May be more viable for both businesses if they were against that same side instead of on opposite corners. I see the one on the west side less viable because
There's no visibility.
There's no
Maybe at the back of
visibility, and
Walmart.
it's where people, it's the longest spot from any other business. I'm just saying that if there were a consideration for a way to do it where you had 2 or 3 of those spots along the east side, that may make them more viable. Just food for thought. I'm not sure about that. You're going to have to do some math. But
It is a good idea, especially if we can get the parking worked out there.
yeah, because then you'd have the parking, you
parking
have
on the whole
multiple business opportunities so people see them together better. That could, even if it didn't go all the way to the north,
They need a
because
dumpster place.
yeah, well, because you need that and you need some other. But if you had, you know, your units all on that same site, it just may work better.
Yeah, I agree with that because now they all have at least some visibility to Antelope, and that's something
And you almost
that
have a
looking for
little
business is gonna want.
walkway between businesses where maybe a cafe could open on the corner and something else on the other 2 smaller offices, or, you know, and they could have maybe street cafe tables that help them make that actual workable space. I'm just
Near the
thinking out
dumpster.
loud, but what I want out of it is more viable, more appealing for business.
No, I think so.
I
I think
think
that's
It
actually
would,
a good
it would look
recommendation.
like, it would look to me like the issue here is parking and that they're mixed, just like the planning commission was.
Yeah.
So why don't we table this for a month and let you work on that, on the parking with both O'Reilly's, with the strip mall that's already there and with Walmart, and let's come back and discuss it.
Mayor, where you only vote once a month, might it be possible to keep a spot for us on the agenda and see what progress we make in that time?
For the 1st of June.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you're ready to go in June.
And we may not be, and then we'll just, you know, follow that advice.
But I think that you would also be able to go to the property owner of O'Reilly and suggest that if there were businesses that faced their parking lot, it might make them that a more viable spot as well for a potential new lessee.
And tell them you're opening up a new access to their business. And
Yeah.
that everything you're doing here is just going
It
to
really
be,
does help them. And if they could work with you, then I think both properties benefit quite a bit.
Yeah.
I think that was one advantage
This
over
improves the
the
whole area.
prior proposal, because I don't think there was connection. You know,
Right,
from
there
both
was
sides.
not.
Okay, good advice. And I'll tell them we're going to put up a fizz sign, which is going to drive.
Well, if you want to seal the deal here, you need a Chick-fil-A.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, if you get Chick-fil-A on the corner,
Then you're done.
You need double lanes.
that's true.
Yeah, I will. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Let's go on, Noah, number 6.
Okay, making good progress here. Next item is continued discussion on a potential text amendment to the town center overlay. And I think we had made quite a bit of progress on everything except for maybe the signs.
Can you? Sorry, I'll let you do your thing. And then
I'm ready to go on this one too, because I've.
Oh, okay.
It's all good.
Well, I'll be quick then. So basically the major things that I looked at this last time were the signage. I went through and inventory all the
You gave us
signs
some good-
in the
good
whole
information.
town center and realized that some of those signs are enormous and some of them are very ugly.
And some of them don't look like they're as big as they are. So that was
That's true.
interesting.
Some of them are
Um,
city. Yeah.
Some of them the city owns.
And we've talked about replacing, but then never did.
Yeah,
Darn
and
it.
are inoperable. Yeah.
So, okay.
So I think you could kind of categorize the signage into height, setback, and like sign type. So what was proposed, I've put this on the screen here, to go to 10 feet. Before it was 6 feet. But that was kind of where I thought was fair and captured almost all of the signs. Because
So if we pass this, then we have to take down our sign.
No.
I know we'd be grandfathered, I know, but.
But
I mean,
that's
just
part of
as
my
a
problem.
Do
is
as I
that-
say, not as I do thing. you
Right,
know?
right. But that's part of my problem, I think, is that some of these 20-foot signs actually do work. Yeah, there's a couple that I think. Well,
I think the
that was-
25. Sorry, that's where I'm going to go in a minute.
Yeah.
Are we ready? Hey, it's up to you. You're calling the shots here.
Are you ready to argue? Yes, go ahead.
I would actually.
Jordan,
you have more.
Yes, I got to go first. Shush. Would you mind going through each of these pictures and based on
I would love to.
the current assessment, or based on what we're writing, tell me which of these are acceptable and which of these are not acceptable? Because I was trying to go, so
They'll all be grandfathered, so we need to.
I
make
know,
sure that
I'm
it's-
just
Give us an
saying,
example of
I'm
that.
looking
Sure.
for the flavor that we're approving.
I just want to make sure
Yeah,
the
well-
business owners don't think we're coming after them.
Right.
I would be happy to
Okay.
explain each one of these and what I'm seeing.
So
and
this
maybe
one has
I'll-
2 violations if I'm not clear.
So I think what Corinne's really hovering around is we don't want to give the impression that we're coming down on anybody.
No.
So if we change this,
We love our businesses.
they can keep that sign
Yes.
forever,
Yes,
just the way it is,
yes.
unless they
Want to change it.
want to change it.
Would we-
But there would be
But
no
if they wanna
further
change it, they wanna
authorization
change
of a
it.
sign like this for
So-
2 reasons. It's too tall and it's a pole base.
So hypothetically speaking, would we be willing to offer up, because we have an RDA,
Redevelopment
CDA,
funds
yeah,
to
to
fix it.
Ooh.
modify the sign.
That's
a great idea.
So I was just curious,
I
but
like the idea, but my concern is let's say
It would
that
drop
Don's
that block.
Meats says, you know what, this is the kind of sign we need to make our place work. Now, I'm not suggesting they do because they have a different location and it's much different signage and it works. But my point is that if another business came to town and said, I need that type of sign or I can't come to your town, are we chasing them out?
So that's going back to the quintessential debate of whether or not we have architectural regulations. But let me say that signs do make a huge difference.
They do.
And especially when you have, like, when you look at them by themselves, the one sign might not, but if you look in perspective view as you're driving down a street and you can see them all kind of
Mhm.
around. Like it
Layered.
does make a pretty big visual impact.
Visual
But
clutter.
but it's definitely up to you guys of what you know, trying to toe that line. We don't want to be so restrictive that we, you know, signs are needed. Businesses need
But
to
some locations
bring them
don't
in.
have the footprint for, I mean, this side, that, sure,
do.
this could have
They
the
do.
footprint in this case, right?
They've got a huge
But
parking
let's
lot.
say that it was a business that had very limited, maybe like, is it Sheldon Peck's building there with We Care? They don't have a really big footprint in front of the space because of the limits of the sidewalk
Right.
after they took part of the road. So are we going to be in a position where a pole wouldn't be an option in a place where only a pole would be an option in the future? That's kind of what I'm bringing to the table.
Maybe we could put in the ordinance unless you
Space
have
permitting.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean,
less than this many feet, you know.
Because
sometimes-
they widen the street and suddenly they take away part of your option.
You could
yeah, it's
even-
out of their control.
But you could say maybe a hanger one
Unless
off
it's
of the
attached
building.
to your building.
So that's kind of where I was feeling that if you're trying to get that height, you can use a building sign. We're not necessarily
Hang it off a building like
I think
this.
the big culprits, if you let me go through these,
Okay.
I think
Ready?
Get on it.
Go.
yeah, okay. So I'm looking at here as far as masonry materials. There's no masonry. There's just cement.
Mhm.
Pictures sometimes don't do justice, but the landscaping around the base does make a big difference, and of course the size.
By the way,
and
this
the height.
sign is over 40 years old.
I know.
Yeah,
It
these
was-
are.
It reminds me of.
It was
Hiram.
probably something else before.
This is one of my favorite places to
was.
visit. So if you're out there, you're gonna be great.
Jordan
Yeah.
will be there.
I
This
think
has
we
no
could-
reflection
we
on
could
how we feel about
support
the
them to
actual
put some masonry
business.
around and drop to the ground.
Okay, so next one.
So again,
Keep
pole.
the old school.
The thing about the pole is that there's not opportunity to add masonry to the base, which
Sure.
adds a lot of architectural interest. But this is non-operable, has the wrong logo,
It's terrible.
is tall.
It's been there forever.
And like I said, the
It's
pictures
bad.
don't do it. You can't really see the scale, but if you do, I would challenge you to pull over and get out and hug the pole and you can tell how tall it is.
The only thing that is
It looks like a
useful
baseball
is
pole.
the museum
Yeah.
pointing that way.
Let's
but
keep going.
Otherwise, it needs to go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So this one, would this one be acceptable?
This is
Has
the
no
only thing
masonry.
this doesn't have is masonry.
But it is lower and looks better.
And so that's why there's talking points. You guys can rate like
The owner just
important
left.
how important masonry is, how important the height is. I think height's probably the biggest indicator here. But this one would be compliant minus masonry. This one would be compliant all the way around. This one has masonry, it has some landscaping, but it is really enormous.
Too tall.
Probably too tall. This one's also deceivingly enormous. And then when UDOT came in, they just left this in terrible. The landscape fabric's like blowing around everywhere. There's no plants.
It is bad.
It's not attractive on a pedestrian scale. This would be compliant minus the masonry. This would be I put this in there
Hanging off
because
buildings, yeah.
this
you
is what
get
no
the
one
height,
wants.
you get everything
Instead
you
of pole.
need,
And because it's off the building,
and when you site the building in the right place, you actually have the opportunity to attract your clientele without having to do the
okay.
on-site signage. Walmart, this actually looks really good, but it is a big sign. It's 10 feet tall by 20.
20 feet wide.
It's
though,
really
yeah.
a big sign when you stand next to it, but the form of it looks really
But
So
good.
does
Because
this
they
does this
also
violate your square footage rule?
But they have large
But
The sign
landscaping
itself
around it,
is
too.
only like 5 by 20,
So
which
Right.
technically is 120, which
So I put that you would measure it just off of the
Question.
whole thing.
question is though, is it
It's
like
over.
because it's the anchor location, should we consider giving them a bigger sign? Do you know what I'm saying? Like,
We could, like if you're over a certain number of square footage, maybe you have a little bit higher
Yeah.
But
allowance.
so let's compare the two that right here that you have right now, because this is a little bit of my concern. While this
is
Carl's
smaller.
Jr.'s sign is smaller,
Uh-huh.
the fact that it has
Portion of the
unkept,
business.
well, it has unkept landscaping around it. It reminds me of the same problem we have with many of the monuments entry subdivisions.
Mhm.
They're not kept up, and if they're not kept up, then it's worse than having no sign at all or having,
well, at least you know where it is.
But again, this is one that I absolutely have an issue with because it looks terrible because they don't keep up the landscaping at all at this particular location.
We
And
get
I don't
that.
know whose job that is,
The
but
ordinance guy.
it's all exposed fabric. And so my point is, if you're going to require something that's lower and requires landscaping, we have to be willing to enforce that you have to keep it up.
We have an ordinance that says that weeds can't be longer than 6 inches. So if that little spindle thing is over 6 inches, we could call it.
But I gotta say, mowed weeds look only slightly better than tall weeds.
But there's nothing that says
Exposed fabric is far worse than anything. That to me.
This isn't an ordinance about weeds, though. This is a sign ordinance.
But this is the point: is that if you
Let's
have
not
a
get
landscape,
caught in the weeds.
if you require a landscape base and we're not going to keep it up,
Thanks for
then
listening.
we're creating a problem. That's my bringing to the table.
We could add something in there that has to
You
be
have to keep
maintained,
it
for
up
sure.
if you're going to go with that.
Because we don't have an ordinance that says you have to replenish mulch annually, you know.
And I don't know that we
could.
I'm just saying that the type of sign requires that, and I don't know
Yeah.
that I want to require everybody to have to follow that because that's an additional expense.
Sure. So
for
maybe the
businesses.
landscaping portion of that requirement is lower on the totem pole. I think that's a good argument.
But again, my point is that if these guys had maybe a pole-based sign, they could just mow around it and it would be much better looking
Maybe.
than if they kept it up
Because here's
because
the
it's
deal.
easier to keep up. That's
But the deal is though is that they don't have grass really around it, and that's why, they don't mow
Right.
it at all. Period. So I don't
this
know.
probably hasn't looked good in 10 years because they haven't kept
Okay.
it up.
So we need to look, we do, I
Landscape.
need to have something in there for landscape.
Okay. There's actually 2 of these, and these are enormous.
Yes.
And see, I have no problem with those though.
And I think that a business like this needs something like that
Yeah.
to succeed. So I would hate to say that we would regulate away from this if a potential business like this.
Yeah, I think if your business is over, say, like 10,000 square feet or
Yeah, you
whatever
have
it
to
is,
allow them to.
50,000 square feet, you allow for a 25-foot sign, especially if you're in with other strip malls, because you don't want every single
Right.
store in the area to have their own little teeny sign.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
Yep.
You can have your larger sign for your anchor, and then smaller.
Well, and I really like what they did over at the Smiths in West Point. I think that's a really nice looking sign. It's got the Corten
Yes.
steel, and it's like a modern version of this, right?
And they're all shared, and you don't
Yeah.
have like 10 other ones down the line.
Yeah,
Giving that
exactly.
If
visual.
they're shared, I think they get the 25,
Right.
especially if they're a major tenant.
That's a good way to put
But
it.
then if you take
Shared.
some thought into how this applies, we're going to have a freeway access and maybe a bill or something that's going to go next to that is going to want a bigger sign because it's going to have to be seen from a distance to get people to get off the freeway.
And that's possible
So
too.
whatever we do as a
need a
citywide
30-foot
ordinance,
KFC bucket.
do we need to consider?
Do we really need a 40-foot KFC bucket?
I think 25 feet is really.
Again, I
think
just-
this is pretty.
Hey, but if it's an in and out, okay, we take it, right?
I'm just.
That's the
I-
issue.
I'm
at
trying
hand,
to
is how
say that
how
we've
much
got to
we're willing
consider
bend.
all of the options here, not just a general zone, because.
I'm willing to allow people to apply for variances from our sign. Say if you have a compelling reason.
Oh, no. That's like lawsuit waiting to happen. No.
All right.
No. Thank you.
He's nodding.
Okay, but if Paul is in agreement, then yeah, I withdraw my recommendation.
You are in and out.
You want to do it based off of content or maybe what their message is?
Which kind of restaurant are you?
But no, I do think if you're a major tenant, like if you're having a strip mall type thing, rather than have 30 small or 10 small signs, I prefer
Yes.
one larger one.
Thank you.
Or I do think you make allowances for, like for example, a Walmart or something, a large
Yeah, I think that's the way to go.
area that also sometimes have businesses inside.
Well, it's kind of
They
like
like to advertise.
the non-working clock tower. Same thing. You got your Walmart and then the other
That's essentially a
businesses.
sign too.
That is a fabulous sign.
And it's just, again, it hasn't worked for
If
10
we can
years.
just
or
get
more.
it updated.
Yeah. I mean, you can
It's not
only
paying on it.
legislate so much.
Right.
At some point, it comes down to the
Yeah,
property
we
owner's
can't. Yeah,
responsibility.
we can't legislate that you paint your house either. So.
Yeah. But this sign right here works. This sign works minus masonry.
Yeah.
This is a good looking sign because of masonry, but it is tall.
What are the bases typically on these? Are they just metal? Looks like
Up above, like on the one above.
on the car wash.
Powder
like
coat.
a fiberglass
Probably.
kind of shell thing.
Oh, is it
And then I think
fiberglass?
they have a post goes down in the ground, but the shell kind of covers this post structure.
Yeah, but see, I don't
It doesn't
mind
look
Tanner
terrible.
Clinic sign there.
I love Tanner Clinic
If-
sign.
Yeah, the masonry.
Are we allowed to say if you have compelling architecture, you can build bigger? Like a clock tower or a giant arrow?
But again, an urgent care facility, we want people to find it.
Yeah, that's true. If you have a medical need.
We want people to find that quickly.
Yeah.
Boy, this is difficult.
So this one would work minus the base has posts, not a monument
But it's
style.
still.
But it's
still-
masonry, so
It's masonry.
It's-
because
Yeah.
Yeah.
is the monument problem really a problem?
And it's a split monument.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. There's police.
There's no, is cement considered masonry?
I like it.
No.
Probably not.
But
So
I
I
like
think our
it.
sign is out of.
I like it.
And it has the wrong kind of badge for the kind they wear. So that's an issue.
It needs to be a shield or a
Is that a sheriff's badge? Is that what you're saying?
What were they thinking? Wells Fargo
wait.
again. Tall.
Terrible.
But the
not
sign there was
monument.
different before and they've just reshelled it.
Yeah.
Yep.
You
These are
know,
old ones.
it's an
I do
old
like
one.
the Maverick sign. It's nice.
That's
That's perfect.
Yep. That's no problem there.
I don't have anything wrong. I don't have any.
And see,
issues
I
with
don't,
this
I
like that.
I admit you could have masonry, but I'm okay.
I'm
Like
okay
again,
with it.
this is one where it's multiple tenants.
Yeah.
And so they can have a higher height.
And you need to see
And then a
that.
higher building lends itself to a higher
But you
sign.
also need
Yeah.
to be able to see that from the side because I wouldn't know where. Wait, I just passed the We Care. Where is that?
It is
You
rather
know?
small and yeah.
But I need to have that on the street.
This
For
is the
sure.
one that I kind of went back and forth like why are we okay with this one? It's so tall. But I think
It's the building
the building height
because the
the
building
ratio
height, yeah.
it does step down and it's kind of
Mhm.
And maybe we could have a
um,
ratio in
attractive.
our ordinance.
And I think the sign materials are nice. It doesn't have masonry, but it kind of has a unified theme.
And it has metal and mix of.
yeah.
So I'm just going to throw out one of my things is when they're well kept and the ground around it is well kept, I have far less problem with anything. It's when they're not
Mow
upkept,
your
I
yard.
hate it.
So what if it's just a pole sticking out of asphalt?
Yeah. I
And it's
mean,
well maintained.
That's what I mean. It's
the Don's meats, it doesn't bother me because I don't say, hey, there's a real problem here.
You should sweep it up.
A nice pole.
But on the Carl's Jr., it's supposedly the right thing, but because it's just so poorly maintained around it, I hate it.
That's how you really feel.
I think it was clear.
So yeah, we go back
It's
to
not
the
the
ordinance.
sign.
So much
it's
for
the
my efforts at the
upkeep.
beginning of this.
I kind of feel like
Try not come
we
down
need
on
more
it.
work on this.
It's the upkeep. It's not.
Yeah, some good input.
Got some good input.
Okay.
Yeah, I think I
He's
got,
gonna come
I
back
got what
to
I
us.
need, and I'll tweak it, and I'll add
Sweet.
maybe kind of like a release valve if the building's bigger or taller or something that maybe you can
And
go a
then
little bit bigger.
anchor
That would make
building,
sense.
anchor tenant and other
we
ones.
like the
and
height,
the-
but sometimes we
the
don't.
shared signage as well.
I'm short and tall.
Do you know how
Shared-
fun it is to
shared
sit
Yeah,
at the center of the
multi-tenant.
table and watch
Yeah.
you guys? It's as fun as a three.
It could be 10,
as a
15,
three-ring
20, or
circus.
25.
So is rock considered masonry?
I can only think
Yes.
what they think
Okay.
on Zoom.
I'm trying to get all my definitions down.
Yes.
It's amazing our show doesn't have more viewership.
Okay,
Let's comment all night.
let's bring this back, Noah.
Okay.
Okay, you
So-
have got some good input.
Yeah.
Let's go on to 7.
We should have better ratings.
Yeah. So on a related matter,
Yes.
as we've previously discussed, we want to do a study for branding and signage.
Yeah,
for-
are we premature on everything we just talked about? I'm just want to
Yeah,
put that out there.
I had the
I don't-
same discussion.
I don't-
When
I don't
when that
think
was
we are.
followed by let's award
Really, this-
something, I'm
we should have led with
like,
this one.
Actually, this is really good because I think it will help us
Yeah, you
to
need to come
guide
in
the
with
other
a,
one.
we need to come in with an ordinance or at least some
Yeah.
direction for it. I think once you see what they
Well,
presented, it's.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
I was really impressed
Yes.
with the firm.
But the big difference is this: is that these are government locations that we're trying to help the public
Parks.
recognize like quickly. So you drive down, you're like you recognize certain colors and
Right.
forms. So I don't know. I mean, I think it'd be good for the private sector to kind of follow some of our, but
But
they're
for
gonna have
city-
their own brand that they're trying to.
So
portray.
I looked at I looked up their website to kind of get a feel for who they were. And there were a lot of bigger cities that can afford really distinct signs. I don't know if we're quite there.
Yeah, so they run the gamut of, I mean,
Yes.
so
Little and big.
they had 100, I don't know how many we saw. I mean, across all the 100
We asked
examples,
them.
it was like 5,000 signs from different varying levels of cities, different commitment levels. I think if you saw the other applicants, they were like, we did the Long Beach
I
sign.
didn't see that
you
at
know,
all,
it's like,
yeah.
it's like the Long Beach City sign
That wasn't
or
included.
the Space Center or stuff like that. I didn't think it was quite relevant to what this is, but these are
But
very tailored.
Did
to
we
the-
not get anything from Utah? No Utah?
Well,
There's Kimley Horn has an office in Salt Lake, and that's why that was their local.
The real consideration was, do we
And-
give them heavier weight? 'cause they're
Yeah,
local?
and they have an engineer that lives in Syracuse, but he doesn't really work on signs.
So
more
it's
about-
kind of we learned that it is kind of a specialized niche.
Yes.
Because we found that like you have engineering firms that are like designing
Bridges
highways and
and-
bridges
Mhm.
and doing landscape stuff, and then you have architecture firms, but like signs and branding, you know,
Wayfinding.
yeah, like
Yes.
some of them might have had a graphic artist, but they might not have had somebody that like dealt with signage and
Right.
how to build them and stuff.
And
that's
how to make them
different.
I
interesting
was
and
actually
appealing.
impressed. I was actually impressed with these guys' body of work on their website, that they had addressed many of the city type wayfinding needs. So I respect that. The question about Utah was I was surprised that we didn't get anything
Yeah.
local.
Well, we
So
got
the
the
ones who-
Kimley Horn.
And the applicants, it is really a national kind of thing in a niche market, because all the ones did, I mean, we had all kinds of applicant submissions that were work in Utah.
Yeah.
And had done cities
Selbert.
here and wayfinding across trails and systems.
There's
and-
fabricators.
Silver Perkins
But does it
did.
cost us extra because they have to come here?
No,
No.
Because
we asked
the
them about
budget
that,
was
actually.
relatively low as I
Yeah.
read through for visits, but it was a concern. What if they say, well, we put that in there, but now you guys are asking us to come back?
Silver
again?"
Perkins
We could have
did.
asked that, I think.
They did
They're gonna
all of
fly
the
out.
City Creek, and so they were technically Utah in a way as well, but it didn't
Well,
matter.
these people did Utah Valley College. It
Yeah,
was
some
on their
did Salt
list.
Lake.
Right,
some
yeah,
in
they've
Salt Lake
done a
County.
lot in Utah, so it wasn't necessarily no Utah because they knew.
I
Utah,
guess I was
but-
just thinking the travel time was my reference to Utah. Do we not have
No, so
somebody
they-
who didn't have to travel?
And I think what was nice about
Even
these
the
guys,
one with the local office,
Just still going to travel.
their actual, I mean, they had
they brought
a
in their landscape architect was the main
in
lead on that one,
Arizona,
right?
so
Yeah.
still have to come in.
Yeah, she was in Arizona.
Okay, well, so
We asked that
that
specific
wasn't
question, Dave,
relevant.
about- Yeah, we asked that
Oh, that's a good
specifically, said,
question.
what is the benefit of a local versus
Okay.
a non-local?
Right.
And actually, what was really cool about the non-local was they said, we're coming into your city, like, this is the first time we've been here,
Yeah.
so we need to figure this out.
And we
you know,
need to be
and
like a
develop plan.
visitor.
Yeah.
How
look at it
does a
that way.
visitor find their way
Right.
around your city? And
And fair enough, some of the examples answered a lot of questions on their website, so I was okay with that.
do you,
Were there other questions you had? Because we sat through two times with them and
yeah,
lots of discussions and questions.
we can tell you our
Yeah,
experience with
Yeah,
it.
well, it's good to have a conversation. We want to make sure everybody feels comfortable with who we're selecting, and then,
Yeah.
from what I understand, we'll pass from the selection committee to the implementation
The-
committee.
The Corbin, I have to
yeah.
say, they answered every single question posed very professionally, very, very well. They came in very enthusiastic and,
So they did the,
but they
I'm
were
willing to
right.
trust you on that.
Right.
That's okay.
And
Just-
but they also showed a lot of variety too, and tailored it to the history of that city. And with Kimley Horn, though, most of what they were talking about was like mapping and gathering
and
histories
infographics.
and
No,
putting a
Yeah,
QR
it was-
code on stuff. And you're kind of going, Well, that's not what we're
It was
really
the
looking
big
for.
timber kind
My
of signs,
question
a lot of
is-
that. With the-
Yeah, and,
I
and
I
an
don't see a
awning
single
on
sign with
top.
Corten still, and so
They have-
I'm
they have
surprised
actually
you
some
even
pretty-
were willing to consider these guys.
They actually did.
They actually
It was
did.
in
They had
North Carolina. I
several.
think.
Where? I've
About
been.
Battle Creek, North Carolina.
They will vouch for me that there was.
Okay, but one of my concerns though
If you look
is
at the
that
Battle Creek,
we
North
are
Carolina,
starting
it's
from this, and we are no matter who we use,
That's what
but
it was.
we are starting from a standpoint where we have a wide variety. So if we're going to go into this next phase, which is going to be to work with them, I want to take everybody's advice on this, and that is, are there sacred cows of signs in our city that we don't want to mess with? Are there, I mean, we have certain things we spend a lot of money on that, I mean, I would hate to, like, if you look at the roundabout on 3000, the roundabout on Gentile, they're night and day different, but we just spend a lot of money on both. I'm not ready to go and dig one up because it doesn't look like the rest.
Right.
So that's
Yeah.
where I'm just looking for some input
We
here.
talked about that.
That's what we
And
want.
I probably
is to
didn't
have some-
explain that very well, what the intent of the study is, and we're not gonna be digging out any signs. This is
Except the
for the
museum
new
one, right?
facilities as we're moving forward, and if we do get a chance, I guess we could try retrofitting some things, but it's really trying to have a plan. So like the on and off ramp, the West Davis corridor, that's like the big one.
Right.
But new parks, new park facility.
If we
park
replace the
maintenance
sign.
facility,
The city entrance, right?
City
It's
entrance. like-
Wayfinding.
yeah, and is what
So-
these guys did well is they actually
Themed it.
had a whole collection of related signs. So like they could carry over the same design theme on like a monument sign, and then like a park entrance sign, and then like even a trail sign. Like they all were
Themed,
different but
yeah.
the same.
Had the same thing. But see, this is where I go back to Jordan's point earlier. If we're not sure where we're going to land on city signage with an ordinance, maybe we have to have that established before we bring these people
Well,
in.
and I
because
think, actually, I really think, like I said before.
they might change our
we-
mind.
I think we need to see what they do, and that will help us to establish our signage ordinance better,
Maybe,
because they're sign experts
right?
and they know what's appealing and everything. They're like, that's good looking, you know?
I think
Maybe-
we would like to give them some framework.
Maybe
to
I
work
could,
with.
because I've been kind of quiet. There were 5 of us that were involved in this before. And when we went into the interview stage where we were going to interview just the 2 that we wanted, they kind of went in even.
Yeah.
In my opinion, we all
Yes.
thought, well, these guys are both probably pretty even.
Yeah.
And by the end of the interview, we knew who the stinker was.
Yes.
Among all 5
It's
of us,
true.
we knew the stinker, and
Well,
Okay, so I guess if the point of tonight's discussion is, do we go
Yeah.
forward with the people recommended? I'm not going against the recommendation. I'm okay. I guess I was looking to gather a little recommendation for the next step, knowing that I might be involved in that. So,
I think this would be a great way to,
and you will
Good
be, and
point.
you'll love them.
okay,
Yeah, I think you'll like it. But we want to make sure we all understand what this is and isn't, so that we're not giving mixed messages to the consultant.
They're
that we
related
hire.
topics. The last in this topic, but they're in
Yeah.
some instances not.
One is very specific to that is a government sign.
Right.
That is a
How do we get
Syracuse
a
sign as
theme and
opposed to this
identity?
is a business sign. So
right.
I get it. And
but we're going to want to find a way to tie in what we
Yeah, we-
have with whatever they
We also don't
do.
want to like violate ordinance.
So we don't have to dig
Asking other
stuff up.
Right.
Yeah, and it is, and maybe for prior to the first meeting, we can really, with the committee the subcommittee that's working on this, send them some information on what the scope is, so we're all on the same page with the consultant, because there is a very specific scope in
Right.
the RFP that they responded to.
Right.
That
That's
that we
good.
should all make sure we know where the end is from the beginning.
Right.
Agreed.
And they do want to use all local. I think, well, the goal would be to identify local manufacturers, local,
Yes.
they even can give you
Installers.
cost
local
recommendations
engineers.
for,
Yeah, fabricators.
fabricators.
Okay, so I'm good with the recommendation. I would go ahead with consent.
Cool.
I agree.
Yeah, that's the action
One-
tonight is move forward or not.
One bit of information, just so you're aware. So when we put money in the budget this fiscal
That is a
year,
big flip flop.
we didn't really have we didn't have an idea from a quote or an estimate from anybody. We just kind of threw a dart and we threw in 15. This is higher than 15, but what we were thinking, we could allocate some of this year's fund balance and amend next year's budget. By the time we have to pay all this out, it'll be 4 or 5 months down the road. And we can just use some of this year's surplus to pay for the remainder.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, so, yeah, designate it to go into next year.
I heard Dave
Yeah.
say consent agenda, y'all.
Every business
I'm
needs
okay with
to
that.
Recovery funds from their stuff.
Steve,
Okay,
Sure, absolutely.
thanks, guys.
It's for most businesses.
try to squeeze you in here too, Garrett.
Maybe.
All right, first item, budget opening. These are some items that came up. We didn't anticipate the land sales to go this quick. So the SAA portion is done. The UDOT one will be done by June 30th of this year.
Sweet.
So that's why those items are in.
I think this is a huge score that we got both of those done this way. These are better numbers than we anticipated in both cases, I think.
Yeah.
I'm really,
Do we have to vote on this one?
The park fund is much appreciated.
we will, but it'll be a public hearing because
Yeah.
it's money.
Oh, I know, but I'm just saying, do we need to vote?
Nomination.
Okay, let's just,
But I mean, huge kudos for the team that worked on this, guys, because the numbers came out better. And I'm just so happy that I think this is so much better for the city all around.
The two that you need to thank are right here. These two.
good job, guys.
And then the public safety impact fee plan we talked about.
Yeah.
That's it.
And Paul, also quiet over here, forget. Let's go on to H.
Those contracts are really important.
Wage scale, is that you, Brody, or Steve?
I'll take that.
You'll take that one too?
I think we'll probably deliver both. But a lot going on at the wage scale. I'm going to start with the new positions. These are the items we talked about in the budget discussions. Street maintenance crew leader, we added to the existing water crew leader position. Engineering tech, we did the benchmark that's in the packet. We had the 4 new slash positions for paramedics. We're matching that up with our existing positions that aren't paramedics and adding 15% to each of those.
Gotcha.
Museum curator slash communication specialist is converting that from part-time to full-time. With the paramedic program, we've talked a lot about it. One of the requests from Chief Byington and Brody is that we hire, with the 9 people we're going to hire, we hire 3 at closer to the top of the scale, which needs council authorization to bring in some tenure and experience for the program. Hire 3 in the middle and then hire 3 towards the
We
bottom.
don't want to stand up a whole paramedic unit with 9
Rookies, yeah, I got you. And that makes total sense. But I wanted to ask this question, where we're making them firefighters slash paramedic, are there people on our staff now who are qualified as paramedic that may be taking these and then opening up just firefighter, not paramedic positions?
There are some.
Yes.
Okay, so
So
then,
paramedics for other entities right now?
Davis. I can't remember, maybe Aaron can speak to how many.
because I've noticed several of them
part-timers.
have paramedic patches and though they're not a
Can't remember.
paramedic for us, they're,
Yeah, you want to answer that, Chief?
Yeah. So the question specifically was the ones that we have now, full-time paramedics we have now are, we have 2 full-time paramedics right now. We just hired a 3rd one. So in fact, he
part-time?
starts on June 9th.
So will they be moving into these roles then?
Yeah, so they'll be moving into these roles. And so the additional spots, we'll still need to hire the 9 full-time, but we may not need to hire 3 of those as paramedics.
okay. So my question is then, follow-up question, because that was my first. My follow-up question is, are we going to be in a position where we're going to have to pay more to some of our firefighter non-paramedic positions because we have people qualified as paramedics?
So in the budget that was approved, that is the tentative budget, there was a section in there for paramedic differential pay or paramedic pay, the 15% added to all those part-time and full-time that are currently in our system as paramedics. So they would move into that wage scale, this proposed wage scale. So they would be compensated for their paramedic license and their
Right.
education, and we'll be utilizing them.
Okay, so I get that part of it, but my part of the equation is, let's say that we fill all our paramedic spots and somebody comes and applies as a firefighter, and one of our firefighter, whether it's part-time or full-time, but they also have that paramedic license. Does that mean we have to pay them at the higher scale?
Yeah.
Okay, so my only concern with that, and I mean, it's great because we want the most qualified people, but are we now driving up the pay scale of everybody? You know, if we're going to pay these people 15% more than a regular firefighter, but we have in our budget to pay for a firefighter and one at 15% more, now we have to pay two. Are we causing ourselves a budgetary issue in the future is all I'm asking.
Or are we just going to have the ones acting as paramedics? Because, you know, as an engineer, I can go in and work as a technician, and I will get paid a technician's rate if I accept a technician job.
True.
But as the only way I get paid as an engineer is if I am performing an engineering job.
So the way that I look at this, Aaron, because I mean, Jordan makes a good illustration of the point, but let's say that we get everybody, every one of our firefighters now upgrades their certifications to paramedic, which is great for the city, except for budget wise,
can no longer afford
we can't afford our fire department. Yeah, so.
But would that be based on, hey, there's a paramedic position open? If there's not, then you
see,
can't.
that's where it would be successful, is if they're in our position as paramedic, but if they're in our
crew,
firefighter position, non-paramedic.
But maybe they get the paramedic position or paramedic certification for when that position opens up.
And then we pay them when they're in that position.
I'm just
I'm not against paying people. I'm against the fact that we don't have enough money to pay more people.
Right. So I guess, I mean, that's something that can definitely be looked at. Here's some of the problems that we have. If we have 9 paramedic positions and we have 2 of them off on one day and I move a part-time person in, do they just get paid that paramedic wage for that one day or for that one time? It would kind of be a little bit of an payroll nightmare, I think.
Yeah.
And the other thing is would I get a paramedic to even come here to sit in that role when they can go to another agency and get paid that 15%?
Except you have paramedics in that role right now.
Yeah, I guess that's the point is.
Yeah, we have paramedics in that role right now who are in that role, not working as a paramedic.
Here's one thing on that though. Like for instance, as a nurse, like some days I work just as a staff nurse, but other days I'm the nurse coordinator and I get paid more for nurse coordinator days. And I just have to put that in the payroll. I have to enter it in myself. They also keep track too, because they don't want to be out of budget, but I get paid differently for different days on what's my job duties for that day. Just saying.
I'm not trying to take things away from everybody who's qualified. I'm trying to make sure that we can stay on budget long-term. That's all I'm talking about.
Right, and I think what we can do is we can look at it and go, okay, these are how many positions we need, whether it's part-time or full-time as paramedic, and leave it at that. But I don't want to also disincentivize somebody from going to school. If we have a full-timer that wants to become a paramedic,
right,
and now they're disincentivized from going to school and gaining that education because they're not going to have a spot and they won't get that extra money. So
I guess all I'm saying is I would love it if they qualify themselves so they can step into one when one's available.
Right.
But if we actually elevate all of our positions to that because everybody got qualified, can we still afford it? Maybe that'll never happen. I don't know. It's just...
Yeah, and at some point, I mean, if we follow what's been happening, which we're trending that way, if we're following what's happened in the Salt Lake County area and the Utah County area, all they pretty much do is hire paramedics now. They don't hire many at a lower level. Some do still, but there are some agencies that hire just strictly paramedic firefighters. So I think we're also seeing a trend that's moving forward and that we're going to be facing anyway in the future. So
we're going to be facing a higher budget for firefighters, period.
Maybe.
Good thing you just raised the impact fee.
That's right.
Yeah, in time, I think that's where it's headed.
I think this is over several years. I think right now we're in a good spot, and to get this stood up where we're at, I think the budget that we have that is presented to you now will be good where we're at to get this thing stood up. And I don't anticipate a huge amount of growth in that over the, other than just benchmark increases over the next few years. So.
Administratively, I think it's worth exploring, the pay differential based on what slot you're in that day.
That's how most places work.
But I think it's, we need to look at that and make sure that's something, that we can administer correctly and that it actually doesn't hurt our hiring
Right.
or retention.
Right.
Well, I think also we already have that worked in a little bit anyway. So if we have an engineer that's off on FMLA and we have somebody acting in as an engineer, they receive that pay, but that's only if they're in that position for a certain amount of time. But if it's somebody who's just working one shift in that, it's going to be difficult to try to figure that out, especially when we have neighbors that neighboring cities that don't do that. So I think what Brody was saying with the retention and the recruitment, it might be a little bit difficult that way.
But I do like the fact that we are giving our employees an additional path for growth.
Yes.
I love that.
I do too.
That is great.
Well, especially where it's kind of mandatory that we have it. So.
Well, no,
but still, it's an opportunity.
It is. It's a chance for them to grow, and I appreciate that. I just in the overall budget, I want to make sure that we're filling the spots that we budgeted for and not saying, well, I mean, you saw how we struggled. We couldn't hire your extra crewmen all at the same time for every shift. And that was strictly a budget thing. I would hate to be in that position if we grow again a spot and say, well, because so many of them are certified higher than what we asked for, which is great, we can't afford to hire the help they need.
You'd hate to have 15% fewer firemen.
Fewer staff, yeah.
Fighters.
Well, but in a way, I kind of think that the market, if everybody is going towards all paramedics, right? And there's only a finite amount of positions available as a paramedic, then you're going to have, people realize, oh, hey, this is my path to be a full paramedic. That's really my goal, rather than, and they're going to start out as a regular firefighter. That's how it works in the medical field anyway. So.
I can always take a firefighter and put him on an ambulance to run in a role of an advanced EMT who's not there, but I can't move an advanced EMT into a paramedic unit. I guess a lot of it's much like nursing as well, an LPN versus an RN. And so it's really hard to move one way and not the other.
Right.
Okay.
Exactly.
More of the practical progression.
We'll have to keep an eye on this.
Yeah, I'll be more than happy to do that and look at that. And if it's something that we see that might be getting out of control or causing some budgetary concerns, we'll definitely reevaluate it.
Sounds like at least initially we're fine. So and we're fine to move the people who trained and qualified.
And every city in Davis County will be doing this, so we'll be able to look at what they're doing.
Well, and fingers crossed for the safer grant still. So
Okay, can we move on?
So really quick, those items were in green for the new positions. The ones in red are for the benchmark adjustments for those over the 5%. You see in the packet that shows the full cost and the 80%.
So how many?
Thank you.
One thing we're not pointing out here is how many people have dropped out of their pay scale.
Like number of people.
Yeah, because what this addresses is we're modifying the pay scale,
right?
Which is great. How many did we have drop out of their pay scale, and we need to now adjust?
We had that on the previous one.
I guess I don't understand the question. Sorry.
So for example,
pay scale versus actual pay.
Police officer 3,
where it's
that's one
changed more than
position, but it's
6%.
like 16 people, right? Or whatever it is.
Yeah,
So
if I'm making
it's
$10 an hour and my pay scale just moved to 12 as the bottom.
More about that.
How many people are not there yet to the
How
bottom?
many need to be adjusted?
And I know that's not what we're
Maybe I'm not
approving right now.
I think he's asking
but-
something different.
I think everyone adjusts that same percent, whether they're the beginning of the scale, middle of the scale, or
Oh, so I think he's saying
They're all
the
still
whole,
in the scale.
the whole group of
so
people.
the whole
or
scale moves,
moves.
and everyone gets bumped that percent.
And I think he's saying how many people did that affect, right?
Well, it sounds like it affects everyone in the scale.
Everyone.
Affects everybody.
I didn't realize that. I wish my company did that.
I'll bet you do.
Mine too. Mine too, dang it. Lovely.
Okay,
We're a
anything else?
contractor, it doesn't matter.
Anything else on wage scale?
So I was just surprised to see, and I don't think, Cassie would want to hear this, but I was just seeing that like the city recorder, why is that so low on the wage scale versus like, and I don't know exactly how to frame that discussion, but yeah, just see.
Looks like it's comparable.
Well, I mean, it's lower than like a building official. It's lower than, yeah.
There are a lot of city recorders that are not department heads in other cities.
Is that,
They're more
I
of
mean,
a staff level.
So then how do you benchmark that appropriately if it's not
We
comparable?
do some
Yeah.
adjustments. We do some different comparatives.
Cause she's over other
Yeah,
people.
we try to look at, in other cities where we know they have dual or multiple roles, they're not just a recorder. So we try to, so our benchmark, we try to keep 10, we try to compare 10.
Sure.
At least 10.
So,
but they need to be similar, and
so
where
should we
can,
put a
we
slash
try to-
on her? I mean, do a city recorder / department head? Because I hate to have another city come in and just glance at this and be like, oh, man,
We have to artificially adjust for their position that's half of what she
And they're a
does.
comparable city.
And then that artificially moves the whole wage scale.
assuming
up
they
a
don't
little
call
bit.
and talk to you.
Well, I'm having this discussion more. I'm thinking for the other side of things, not to penalize other cities that might benchmark against something that should be higher. I'm just wondering if
No, but it's if
benchmarked
they raise
appropriately.
their benchmark according to a wrong analysis of what people do, then that moves
It
everybody.
artificially inflates the position throughout the whole
inflates
county.
ours, yeah.
Sure.
State.
Sure.
I mean, we can,
You could be like the public works guy. who's like-
I mean, that's
Yeah.
something that we had the same
courts and
discussion.
records director.
Yeah, we had the same discussion out at sewer board, and we realized that some of these positions are widely varied in roles. Sometimes people are doing a very entry level only position where that same role in a different district is a department head, and it's unfair to try and
Yeah. And from the beginning, the benchmarking is not an exact science. I mean, you can put a lot of resources
Yeah.
into fine tuning every comparison. You may not get 10.
And that's why I'm saying it
but-
might be good to
Yeah.
designate this as not just a city recorder.
Question-
Cassie is so much more.
And
Quick-
and we know, like, there's other cities that they just say this city recorder, but we know them. And we know that they do, they do like finance or whatever, or
Okay.
HR.
Another question, there's nothing written down for victim advocate, even though they're on there? No numbers?
Is it just because it falls under the same grade?
I don't know. I was just asking.
Some of them just fall under the same grade.
Same grade.
Okay,
Yeah.
just making
they're
sure,
just
because
functional.
almost all the rest of
It's
them have.
retired.
like
IT
the
technician,
same-
I know, I
victim
thought
advocate,
too,
and
for a
public
second I was
works
like, why are they
inspector
blank?
are all.
Yeah.
That's
It's like,
why,
oh, okay.
just wanted to ask,
No.
make sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay,
Other than
we're
that,
good to go on.
Yep.
Yep.
We've already
Okay.
talked about all this.
Steve, let's talk about the consolidated fee schedule.
Okay, we've talked about a lot of this before. I'm gonna go over it really quick. The changes in here, we have the water fee increases for Weaver Basin Water, both for culinary and for secondary, 30 and 35 cents. We have the new engineering tech position split across 4 funds at 15 cents apiece. With our 5-year capital plan, we were proposing to reduce sewer $1.50, increase secondary $1.50, so the resident won't see that differential. We also talked about the cross contamination fee. You guys have seen that go from $100 to $1,000 on, I believe, the first offense, and then it's more severe.
Mhm.
And I think
It's
it
a bad
also
thing.
includes recoupment
I learned
of
it.
costs or impacted costs. The Rock Mountain Power, or the installation fee, we've had some issues and delay on collecting the new streetlight fee from developers because we have to wait on Rocky Mountain Power to do their installation. It varies on each pole, each light. So what we're proposing is to do an average installation, which is $150 for every pole. That way we can build the developer faster, get that money back into the coffers faster. Right now, we're sometimes waiting 4 or 5 months.
What is the range on that?
What would you say the range is on this?
So the average we've seen is about 100 to 120, but we also figured there's some staff time in trying to remind them and invoice them and all of that. So
Okay, well, that was what I was about to try and account for is,
we're on the high side.
should we
Are we
be a
already
little bit on
covering
the high side so that we,
administration.
because, there's a cost to waiting 5 months to being paid, I mean, we have to front that money, and it's
Staff time
fair
to follow
to,
up
you
and all
know.
that good stuff.
Yeah. And
So
remind them to pay.
if 150 covers all of that for certain, I'm okay.
They don't remind us.
But that's one of those things I'm like, well, we should go to 200 if that's what it takes to cover the costs of waiting for 5 months.
Right. And that should help us get the money quicker. And then there's some other miscellaneous changes on the last page in there with some ready post fees and some fax fees.
Yep.
So as a follow-up, did the suggestion of not raising water in a drought year fall on deaf ears out at that board? Yeah, I'm not surprised.
I was impressed we still have a fax machine.
Question.
Every
why-
now and then something comes through on it.
We use fax.
They
Every
said that
constantly my job.
this, I mistakenly thought it was 7 years, it was 5 years. So this was the last year they were doing the increase.
Oh, good.
It's like a scanner.
So
that's good.
For the water?
To wait for
Another year to
they're
do it.
done. So
Hallelujah.
I understand that, but still,
They'll
it's not
probably
going to
change
go
their mind
well.
next year. So.
And they're not the ones that are going to get the calls.
And they'll
That's
vote for
right.
another 5 years.
You're right.
Okay, question on the sewer maintenance. Sorry. Shh. The sewer maintenance service on there's 2 of them that actually went down in cost. Just wanted to make sure that that's accurate because they went from like $7.25 a month to $5.75 and everything
Yeah.
else went up by like 10 cents.
Yeah, that's the $1.50 going down for sewer, and then it
Oh,
goes up. It's
okay.
up
Up
$1.50
another place.
plus
All right.
some of the other secondary.
I get you.
So it's a trade-off,
That's
just
it.
fund
That's where the
dispersion.
translation happened.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we good?
I
Yep.
wouldn't be so lucky.
Steve, let's go on to the fiscal year budget.
Okay, so with this budget, the only thing I changed was updates to the UDOT projects that we had talked about in the contract. There's some dates on here. June 8th is the approval of the public hearing for an operating budget. We have confirmed with the county that second meeting in August is 6 p.m. August 10th would be our TNT hearing. And you can see the truth and taxation numbers we've discussed before on the increase versus the decrease that the county should have. Everything else is the same as the tentative budget approval of the 1st of May.
Looks good.
Yeah, nothing changed all that much that was substantive.
Yeah.
Sounds great.
And we'll need a public hearing, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Too, okay. All right, Paul, let's talk about the Clinton Sunset.
Money.
Need we talk about it? How's an 80-20 grant sound?
Yay!
How about a 92-8 grant?
I like it even better.
That's what we're getting. So yeah, 80% from the federal government, 8% from us, 9% from Clinton, and 3% from Sunset.
Sweet.
Covers for the victim advocate. We, the costs are higher because of the VOCA grant. They are
Dialing
yeah,
back.
they're dialing back. There's less money available for now for the next 2 years. So our, overall the costs have gone up. So actually that might be the 80-20 to pay for the whole position. But I think this is the best scenario that we could get out of it. Sunset seems really excited to be on board. Celeste has reached out to their chief already, and we're going to meet up with them next month and start coordinating.
Nice.
So yeah, do you have any questions about the agreement itself?
We good?
Yep.
Yep.
That's good.
All this, okay, let's go. Paul, are you doing this?
I can
one?
go on consent, right?
Yes.
Yes, I could go
Or
on.
the money.
Yeah.
Consent's fine.
Consent's fine.
Sweet.
We'll take it.
Paul, are you doing council rules? Or is Cassie?
If we-
I don't. Cassie's got her hand up.
Cassie, you got your hand up?
We can both do that together.
Okay, let's do it together.
I'll start since I'm in the room. I can read the room. Yeah, so we obviously have this. We have kind of 3 places that govern electronic meetings. We've got our city code, we've got our rules of procedure, and we have this resolution that was passed a few years back. We'd like to sort of consolidate all those and make sure that they're consistent. While we're there, though, if we want to keep the hybrid format, or if we want to have maybe some all virtual meetings where we just have an anchor location, why not allow for that in the rules?
I thought today was very convenient, where I had something I had to,
But you could still participate.
but I could still participate, and then when I could come, I hurried and came over.
And the technology versus a phone call makes this.
But then you wanted an update.
So.
You didn't listen.
Okay,
That
so.
should be in the rules.
So let's just go through these because just in the interest of time, 72-hour advance notice can go away. I don't think that's a problem because the technology has now grown to,
Much better.
we don't have to
It used to
really
be the phone,
advertise.
like you had to
It
have
was
the phone line
horrible.
available.
And then you put it on Brody's phone.
Right, yeah, so the next one would be removal of a two-meeting max. I don't.
He'll go through it if it's okay with you.
Sorry, I'm trying to push us forward.
These are numbered for easy access to anyone who'd like to lead the discussion.
Well, we were all getting stuck on something else. No, you're not. Throw something at him.
So the 2 meeting maximum rule was to stop someone from always being the one who's always virtual and
Right.
keep taking the virtual space for the people.
So I'm not sure that going totally away is a good thing, but maybe changing it.
I mean, I
But
don't know. Counselor,
the-
are you worried that one of you is going to start abusing the
No.
virtual policy?
No, there's a big,
Maybe not.
No, because we can see your face and
See the palm
expression
trees.
and everything. It's all good. I like it.
I'm not
That's the
concerned
question.
about it.
It's up to you. These are your rules.
And
Well,
None
okay,
of
so
this
the
is-
one
is-
thing that is a part of this, and this is the only part I guess that really concerns me, is we still have to have 3 people present to have a meeting, right?
Not physically. You can have them.
See, and
virtually
that,
present.
that makes me wonder, should we have a physical quorum somewhere?
Well, it says that there needs to be an anchor site,
There's
right?
an anchor location.
Right, but we could all be virtual.
Yes.
Sure.
And that's okay. We've done that for a year. and
That's
I
what
thought
we've been doing.
And it
worked
worked
okay.
out fine.
I don't feel like we did less
Yeah,
business.
so state code says you can have the requirement of specific people at the anchor location, but you don't have to. And there's nowhere in our rules that I could find that actually is required either. So I thought it was
Okay.
there. Cassie thought it was there, but we couldn't find it. We searched everywhere.
Sweet.
So there's no requirement for it, but it's your rule. So you can make the rule if you want to.
But I think most of us are going to be showing up anyway. Yes.
So maybe until it starts getting abused, we don't have to have that rule. But if there's a point where nobody
Seth
shows
never
up
shows
here.
up, yeah.
But what if
Who's gonna
somebody
call the rule
doesn't
if no one's showing
come every single time? So
I think somebody should be at the anchor location.
Well, there
Abuse,
will be.
abuse kind of suggests that someone's being harmed. Is there any harm with you all being virtual?
no.
I think
Well, and that's an idea that we kind of we've been kicking around internally. What if we did work sessions virtually and business meetings more in person, or at least a quorum present at the anchor location?
I could wear my slippers.
Yeah, I mean, unless
You don't have to wear pants.
I will say, I think there's efficiencies that are created with the virtual meeting, but I also think there is something to be said about some face-to-face interaction as well as with the public. And so I think the flexibility should be there if you need it for vacation, sickness, rare occurrences where there's stuff that ties you to family. But I think we're all kind of committed to being part of the city and participating in a physical format as much as we humanly can, but I want to be able to have, again, that flexibility reserved for that. So I feel like doing away with the rule, but just having I don't know if you call it a gentleman's agreement. Is it a general council member
Oh, don't
agreement? Or are
worry.
you?
Man includes mankind.
Okay, I
I'm
just want to
good.
make
I'm
sure.
good.
I don't know.
So I guess the question is
Yeah,
there
I mean,
value?
we're
I
gonna be
mean,
here.
we don't want to take away value. So is there value to having someone at the anchor location?
Well, there will be. 'cause
There
it's
will
an
be have to
anchor.
be an city employee, but should there be at least one council member or?
Like rotate coverage or what?
I don't know. I
No, I mean,
I
You're
don't
gonna
know.
make
If
sure
we
that
have
the
if we
camera's
have a
going.
location,
So,
I guess there were people who felt it was odd when we had to open up a public location and there were no city officials here and they were trying to make comment to all of us that were not here.
That was the blank computer that was sitting there, right?
Yeah, that was odd to them, but maybe it's not wrong. I don't know. I'm
They
thinking
didn't
this
have to do
through.
that. They could have done it from home.
yeah,
Right.
it's true.
We were just
They
giving them
chose.
the
They
option.
could have
Come down
also. They can also continue to be virtual participants.
Right.
Which is so great because then you don't have to get a babysitter to do public comment. I'm just saying.
I
Like,
agree.
Still do that. Yeah.
yeah.
Gotta work on the speaker though.
Okay, so I'm,
We just
all
dance
right.
around,
We're in
it's not like
here.
Biddle's
So
one
I'm
to
okay
be,
with
right?
this part, but the next one I do have a concern with.
The closed session.
The closed session one, and here's why. We just had a big to-do up at the sewer board because the chair brought forth an article about the restrictions of closed session and the legalities of divulging closed session information. And so my concern at the time we wrote this rule and still ongoing is how do you manage sensitive information and not have somebody walk in on it because we're all in remote locations. And the point of this was that we're actually talking at the sewer board about whether we should have a set of rules where we can punish somebody for divulging information up into including removing them from the board. Because if you start talking about a land transaction, or if somebody overheard it because they were in the same room with you and they talked about it, does it damage the city's position? Irreconcilable.
But are there rules on closed session anyway?
So I think from a virtual standpoint, though, I mean, maybe just some framework for being in a private location. So my work, I have to be in a private location. I have to have a separate office space. I cannot have family members around. I have to be,
because you talk a lot of sensitive
yeah,
stuff.
It has to have doors closed, all that stuff. It's just, so for closed session, you could just put in, if you were going to be virtual,
You have to scan your computer around the room.
Well, I would maybe say that we have to put some kind of rule that the responsibility is on the person who is in the remote location.
Of course.
Because we can't be in a position where someone overheard something and compromised the city's position and no one's accountable because we just said, well, the person who did that is, thank you.
Yeah.
The person who did that is not a council member. They're just related to a council member.
Would something as small as like earbuds, like, hey, if you can't get in a place that's totally secure, you have to switch over to headphones.
Maybe
that would help. Headphones are good. I mean, they can hear one side of the conversation if you're
even
talking
if you're
about
talking.
Yeah, and if someone really doesn't have a location like that, then we will have an anchor location where they can come to.
Amen.
So it's available.
Okay.
So you're thinking rather than having the restriction, we would say, in order to participate virtually, here are the following rules that you'll need to make sure apply.
Like
Yeah,
you said,
I would be
door
okay with a rule
closed.
like
It's
that.
pretty
Door
straightforward.
closed.
Well, and one of them has to
We
be
can't have
the
curfew.
participant in closed session is the person accountable for leaked information. So if it can be attributed back to that connection, and I know that that's not foolproof, but you find out.
Hasn't that just always been, Paul? I mean, if we were sitting here in a closed session.
Right.
and
It
then
is
we
crime.
Yeah, we leaked it, we'd still be responsible.
Yeah.
But what Dave's saying though is if, let's say it's
Something
negligent,
happened.
it's just like someone is
happenstance on
they got their glass against the door and they're listening
Yeah.
and they hear what's happening, you're not going to be necessarily responsible for that under the criminal code. But what you're saying is you can make it so if you were the weak link,
Yeah.
the loose lips, then you're responsible if they sink the ship.
And it came up with them both at the sewer board was talked about the importance of land transactions for one, because it's a financial issue, but also personnel because.
Aren't those our two reasons for
Well, there's a third, there's.
litigation?
Yeah,
pending?
litigation, but when you deal with that personal accountability, the question is that, we had an incident where we had to talk about how something applied to a person and litigation probably was going to be involved. And had we leaked the position of the board, that could have been terrible.
Cassie, were you raising your hand?
I think it was the mouse.
It was the
positioning
on this.
I'm not. I don't know what's happening.
This is also Cassie here sitting
Sorry.
next to me. Okay.
Sorry.
Cool. So we'll come up with some rules and see what you think of them. Okay. All right. Then we've got, do we want to have some provisions talking about how the public participate, how staff members can be present or not present? As long as you're comfortable with all that, we were thinking we could propose some rules that
I thought it was
govern that.
Yep.
Okay.
I don't want to never see you people again.
I don't think that would.
I do think we need to put in there that we reserve the right to mute anyone's mic that is
Yeah.
I even
out of
think it
order.
would be good to.
Even though that tends to make people angry, but at the same time, you're given 3 minutes.
And they can't necessarily do it if they were
Is-
here in person anyway.
Is there a chance to
That's the rule.
investigate like Zoom trainings versus Zoom meetings? I don't know if Zoom has that functionality, but WebEx and Teams and some of the other ones do have the ability to just basically bestow rights to speak, and then they're no longer granted those rights for the rest of the meeting.
You can mute everybody in Zoom.
They're panelists.
So there's a function called, it's like the webinar function, and
Yeah.
it is a different price point for the licenses. And it does give you the ability to, you can assign someone as a panelist, and then only panelists are able to speak, and then you can revoke those rights throughout the meeting. I can look into the prices for that if that's something you're interested in.
It just hasn't been, it's not been too bad in city council, but planning commission, if you guys have sat there, like there's quite a few folks that are, because of the public hearing, I think you get a lot of folks that are just, and they're making comments about what the speaker just said, and then they're, talking over the
Broadcast
speaker.
the crowd.
Oh yeah, it gets pretty bad.
I think usually though, when the presiding person says you need to stop, they've stopped. Usually.
I think there's a certain demographic.
There's
So you're putting
What did he say?
responsibility on the chair
He said
to use that position to say, okay, this is out of order.
Yeah, but that is his role.
It is.
Well,
his
and
role.
I maybe shouldn't be doing this, but if someone is speaking out of turn in a council meeting, or if they're talking and they don't know their microphone is on, I do just automatically mute them.
I've done it too during a meeting and someone's got like a dog barking or whatever.
Yeah.
I'm okay with that.
I just say we actually codify that if you are being disruptive in a meeting, we reserve the right
Right,
to mute.
you. Yeah, I think that's okay to have as a rule.
And then you can raise your hand to be recognized again.
But they're not in order anyway, usually in that situation.
Right.
Anyone out of order.
But just clarify it. Why did you do that? Well, it's in the rules. We have to do that.
Yeah,
And
I think
then
having
you,
a rule
then
makes.
they don't have to justify
I
themselves.
like that.
I agree.
Okay. And then just looking at the policy, all the definitions were carbon copy out of OPMA. I don't
I
see
love
why
it.
we need that. Why don't we just say
Yeah,
same definitions as an OPMA? And
That's
then if the state
actually
changes it, ours changes automatically.
Yeah.
If that's okay with everyone.
It's kind of like changing the name.
So is there any consideration for certain types of issues that staff would need to be present for, or just to make it a best practice?
So generally speaking, we've had, if they haven't, so far what we've talked about is if they have something on the agenda to present, that they're gonna be here,
Okay.
unless they're on vacation or something. But
Well, I think
Or-
that's a
or like-
best practice that I accept. But like, for example,
Chief is there and he
Noah
probably has something
here,
to do.
with the long list of things he goes through is much faster than if we do
yeah,
Noah virtual.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying it personally, he has a long list and a lot of things to go through, whereas maybe somebody else doesn't
Well,
have much.
But then again, like Chief Byington had a part
But
of
we
stuff
mostly
on-
posed questions to him. He didn't have a
No, and
presentation.
I'm just saying that he had stuff on the agenda,
Right.
and so he was going to be part of the meeting, and yet it worked out fine. So he obviously had some reason why he needed to be at the fire
Yeah.
station,
So
and so you can definitely see that those could be justifiable.
yeah, there's, I think, and it was Steve's presentation.
Right.
But,
Yeah.
even
He
though
was
there was some
answering questions. I'm okay with
yeah.
that.
Yeah.
Good.
I would say
Okay,
we
good
prefer any
clarification.
presenters be present, but when they're not, we're willing to allow electronic format. But
Yeah.
I agree that it is more convenient when they're sitting right here and I can interrupt them better.
That's what I'm using.
I think they agree.
We can get through stuff better that way.
Oh, dear.
Hey, so I know we're talking specifically about city council, but I don't know if it's the right time to mention that the planning commission obviously broached the topic as well during planning commission. And their preference was to remain 100% virtual for them. And then they said, what would the council think? And I said, I can only give you obviously my thoughts on it, was that, providing a hybrid model was very beneficial. And because it's the public hearing setting for most of these land use issues, but I would bring it back to you guys, and then we could, they were like, oh, should we self-initiate an ordinance recommendation or something? We're like, let me bring it up to you guys first before we.
Yeah, they were kind of split. There were a few that were
Some
okay
were
with
like,
virtual. There were a couple that were like, I hate virtual, and then
It was all over the place, right? They were like, tell them what we
most of
thought.
them said like, well, we
Over
want to
there.
give people the option if they want to be personally here, that they could see someone when they come.
Some never
Well,
wanted
I
to come
do
in,
have
some
to
never
say,
wanted to.
like for mosquito abatement, we have some people who get off work really late and they have a hard time getting to the meeting right on time. And so they participate virtually and they've loved it because they can't get their commute down.
Well, and that's why I think the hybrid model makes, to me, the most sense, because then you can accommodate all schedules.
Whatever everybody needs to do.
Yeah, you can be there in person, you can be there.
One concern that I have though is, and I'm not saying this is like an absolute deal breaker, but there is a right to let the public come and be present and show their support for issues.
Face their accuser.
The more, I was looking to be more tactful. We've
had virtual. I think it's more like look at their victim.
But I guess the point is that more that it becomes a virtual only thing, the more, you could say that people can just turn on that Facebook style immunity that I'll say whatever I want and not have to face the people I'm saying it about.
Well,
So,
what if we say they need to have a camera, for that?
I don't know if the technology limitations for some folks might, I don't want to mandate.
No, I'm sorry. You were talking about public.
I'm talking about
Okay, because I was talking about us needing a camera.
if say planning commission went 100% virtual and we
We
have to post
all of our iPads.
and we have to post a notice to inform those people that their chance to be heard is to come to this meeting, whether it's virtual or not. There's almost a responsibility to have some people virtual or present that they can face. Is it really, will it become more of a free for all?
I think that's a sentiment that this council needs to decide as to, is
See
that
how
a
it
value
goes.
that you want to keep?
I think there should be a preferred, I think virtual should be the exception rather than the rule.
Yes.
There you go. That's all right.
And I think that should be
But
accountable
hybrid
for,
is the rule, is what you're saying.
Yes.
but I think it should be, I think they
But
should
with a
balance
preference
that.
towards being present at the location and hoping that the times you're distant, you're remote, it's for a reason more than, well, I didn't want to come.
I don't think
You're in town.
I don't think the decision-making people, whoever votes on whatever issue, should be allowed to just hide behind virtual presence and say, well, I'm not going to go face that crowd. I know what I'm going to say is going to piss them off. That's kind of the right of the people to assemble and say, we're showing you our support for one side or the other.
And I look at the hybrid model as more like we're all here as much as we humanly can be possibly here, but then the public has the option to.
Right.
And if a member has an option, but what I'm saying is if we let it be totally up to them, you could have people selecting meetings going, oh, I looked at that agenda, I'm not going in person. That's not right. That would be saying, I know I don't want to face the people. And I think we have to.
Well, they could call in sick anyway.
They could, but then they're not a part of the meeting rather than.
Well, technically now, I like the time that I was sick sitting in that chair.
Yeah.
That's probably one where I probably would have dialed in virtually.
And I would have been okay with that because you had a reason other than I don't want to face the
I'm
public.
saying that they could call in sick and not really be sick.
Sure.
And then they're not facing the public. I'm just
Right,
saying.
but then they're absent and they're not voting, which has actually happened.
But you can call in as sick. You're saying like you can
Yeah.
virtually, you can say,
You can
I'm not
virtually
feeling well.
Oh,
Yeah, but if you do it every time there's a tough issue.
Well,
Yeah.
it'll become relevant.
It would be.
Really quickly. Seriously. Yeah.
Okay, I
And we
think
make
it's
mountains out of molehills.
Yeah, I think we're all saying the same
all
thing.
time.
it's a concern I have.
It'll be okay.
So hybrid is acceptable with a preference toward being physically present.
Yeah.
But there may be some virtual meetings where it makes sense to just have a virtual meeting and have the anchor location as a formality because we know we're just talking about things that aren't controversial or,
Yes.
depends on the agenda.
Yep. And I don't even mind the consideration of a work session being, like was suggested by Cassie, being virtual and then the other one's in person. Why not?
Yeah, that's when you typically have
'Cause you're
your
not
public
voting.
hearings and everything anyway.
You mean the business meeting?
In the business meeting.
Yeah, I kind of feel like we should do that one live as much as possible, but I'm open. to
Okay, we'll
whatever.
say preferential for business meetings. How's that?
Anytime a vote is being taken.
I'll probably attend.
You're laughing.
Is that perfectly clear?
So when I laughed at planning commission for being so.
We're gonna leave the rules
direct. We're just as bad.
So the way I'm crafting is I'll leave the rules so that they allow these things, and then it'll be up to you as the mayor and council to decide what
To police it.
what makes sense.
Okay.
So the mayor will say, I'd like to have a virtual meeting for this work session. Let's see how it goes.
Okay.
And you do it.
And you have the right to say, you're chicken for being up there on the screen. Call me chicken. Yeah.
Okay, we good?
McFly.
Let's talk about paramedic interlocal agreement. Brody, is that you?
Yes.
Have we not talked about this a million times?
I know.
Is there
This-
anything we don't agree with?
This was a request by the county to amend the agreement that you
I saw.
already approved.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's to our benefit.
Yeah, to
Yeah.
benefit us.
So yes.
They're willing to pay.
The agreement that was approved said that we would pay them
Right.
for that transition year. We no longer have to do that. And they just wanted to make that clear before they approved the agreement.
So what I'm saying is I'm good with this.
Yeah.
We're all in
So let it
favor.
be written.
Yeah, let's just go with this.
So if you think that's consent agenda.
They're gonna lower the
material-
tax rate at the same time though,
You'll
still.
Mhm.
So it's just very benevolent of them.
Yeah.
They
It
do
is.
March.
It is actually.
I mean, that's pretty
Done.
awesome.
You think Lisa will feel the same way?
Yes.
All right. All right, Brody, we'll follow up with Utopia and our offer with Context.
Next.
Connext.
Make it as hard
as
possible.
It is.
To say con and next.
Right, so this was, I think, a conversation generated from the council with the Connects company asked for some ability to give some input on what they provide. So that was put on the agenda for that opportunity. And I believe we have a representative from Connects, right?
In
person.
Thank you for sitting through the entire meeting.
Yeah, that was,
So
it's probably
patient.
pretty brutal.
So feel free to
Sell them.
to go ahead and present, what you do there.
So I guess first I have to say, I apologize, maybe the way that we went around about everything was, I didn't mean to be subversive, and I really feel like from my conversations with city council members and from what I've heard from staff, they really did try to do their due diligence with everything. I feel like we were ships passing in the night, for lack of a better metaphor. We had Syracuse on our agenda as one of the top 5 of the 20 or 30 cities we wanted to do. And so they were kind of in the beginning stages of what we wanted to build. And so we're already roughly past 4 or through 4 of those 5 cities, and Syracuse was next. So timing we just probably barely missed you before going in and approving what you approved on the 11th, I believe, is when it happened. So the biggest thing is we are an alternative and very quickly becoming a very popular alternative to Utopia because we remove the risk to the city and to the citizens. And so we come in as a franchisee, just like Comcast or CenturyLink did, but we build whole cities. That's our goal. And we have things in place to allow us to be able to do that as a company. And so we franchise with the cities, but we bring our own private equity into it to be able to build the entire city out. We follow similar speeds and paths. We have lower pricing, and we are an open network, and I can actually officially announce that X-Mission and Sumo Fiber are the 2 first ISPs that are going to join with us in our open network. We have permission from Pete and from Dave to be able to make that announcement as of Monday. So we had people having some concerns over some of those kinds of things, but it always has been our intention to be an open network. We've been working towards that. We've been in the business for 20 years. We started construction in fiber optics and partnering with UDOT and Rocky Mountain Power about 5 years ago. But our plan and our path was always to fiber optic networks and to open network. And so we didn't join Utopia intentionally after seeing a little bit deeper into the way they were formed. We don't have anything against Utopia. We think they have brought some amazing things to the state of Utah, and it's very possible that we wouldn't have considered an open network because we may not have heard about it had we reached this point without being in Utah and without having Utopia here. We do feel like their model's a little bit antiquated. We feel like it puts some unnecessary legal implications into cities for long term for other future franchisees that might want to come in. other fiber builders and providers and things like that. We feel like there's some legal implications there that haven't been addressed yet because it hasn't happened. But 25 years, 30 years is a long time to have an agreement with something that is already covered fairly consistently through private enterprise right now for cities. So we felt like that was a risk cities shouldn't have to burden, but most cities didn't know there was an alternative. Those cities that we have talked to that knew about us before making a decision have all chosen us. As we've gone through it with them and discussed the pros and cons and kind of walk through how we build and how we do business and things like that. And so again, I apologize for not being here a month ago or 2 months ago, or even earlier when we first received funding to be able to do 20 to 30 cities in the area. So we're a local company. Like I said, we've been here 20 years. I grew up in Utah. I own the company with 2 of my brothers. We were very cautious in the way we went after funding. We wanted to make sure we still had ownership of our company. And so we wholly own our construction company, our importing and distribution portion of our company, and we are half owners with the investment partners, the infrastructure group of the new entity that's become Connects Networks. So we pushed really hard when we went after funding, and we had multiple very, very large offers because of the way we put things together so that we could retain ownership and control over the way our company works. And then we're deeply tying ourselves into the Utah economy by pursuing legal agreements with the ISPs to make sure that it stays an open network no matter what. And so that's kind of a quick and dirty of who we are as a company and what we're doing and what we see. And again, we posted on social media. It was more to just getting kind of an idea or a feel out there for things. So we hope we didn't cause any type of irreparable harm. The last thing we want to do is start a potential relationship with a city and have it be bad. I mean, that's bad for everyone. We don't want to put you guys in that position. We don't feel like you've not done your due diligence or anything like that. We just felt like we missed each other. The opportunity to present, the opportunity to talk about it, and in most cities that we work in, I have people that have, are very aware of us as a company and reach out to us. And so a little bit of a miss on my part for not pursuing that more deeply or not being here a little bit sooner. If it's too late to look at it or adjust something, we totally understand, but we are probably going to be building a lot of the cities around you. We're building Kaysville, we're building Clinton. We've already talked to Sunset City. They're interested as well. We anticipate getting most of the cities in Davis and Weber County that aren't on Utopia already.
So you said there's no bond required for you guys.
Correct.
What about your infrastructure? Does it support the same rates?
Absolutely. So we're out the door able to provide 10 gig to every single resident. We don't do pure active. We actually researched it. We looked at the cost difference, and we have the capacity to transition into active. So we're kind of a hybrid system. But we actually talked to a lot of industry leaders, people over at Google, things like that too. The reason a lot of them choose PON technology along with active technology is that's where the industry is right now. And so we wanted to be able to future-proof our network, and we actually felt like it was more advantageous to build a hybrid system than to build a pure active system. Both aesthetically throughout the city, we're able to have smaller cabinets and way less of them. And we are, like I said, if there ever is a problem, we can transition easily over to a full active system with any city that we're in.
So right now with Utopia, we've been told we need to allocate space in our parks and things like that. So what's your alternative?
So we have very small cabinets. They're roughly 3 or 4 feet tall by about 2.5 to 3 feet wide. So they look like the green power boxes, only they're a little bit taller, but we prefer to put them in the easement areas like near power, in like churches or public places where possible. Everything else that we build, we put it underground, like all the other cabinets, the feed homes and things like that. It's underground unless we're doing aerial, but it doesn't add anything to the look or view or feel of the city to have that. So very, very minimal impact visually compared to the large huts and things like that. But like I said, we can offer 10 gigs to every single resident. And because of the architecture we're using on the back end, we could literally offer 40 or 100 or more gigs anywhere there's a need as well.
And you said, so talk about your pricing then. So how does your pricing actually compare to a Utopia?
We're what Utopia's pricing might look like after they finish the bonds with the cities. So we're about $15 less on the gigabit plan. So we're about $65 a month. So that's ISP plus open network connection. In our conversations with Xmission and Sumo Fiber, we anticipate them being about the same price. They'll probably be around 65. Sometimes Xmission charges a little bit more. They put kind of a premium on their customer service, and that's okay. I think people would be willing to go with $70 with Xmission as well. That's still less expensive. The other thing that we wanted to be conscientious of is we didn't want just gigabit and 250. We felt like we needed something for lower income or budget conscientious people. So we do have a $35 plan that's 100 megs up and down also.
So if you don't require a bond with the city, what stops you from putting it in now? Because we've got an open agreement that anybody can come and use, you know, the conduit in the city.
I think that's the risk, is if they did that,
yeah,
our whole thing with Utopia would be dead. Like we would never reach our 60%.
So we don't intend to move into
30%.
Utopia. We don't intend to move into Utopia cities because it would be a bad deal for the cities and the citizens. So like fiscally, you're tied to this entity, and legally you're tied to this entity. And so if we went in and built over the top of the Utopia city, it's really hard for the city probably to say, you can't say anything. You can't say we have to start charging you money, or else you're pro-advertising someone that's a competitor of ours in a franchise agreement. So it puts the city in a legally difficult position. And so I say we're not planning to do it, but who knows if, you know,
10 years from now.
10 years from now, we build fiber for much less. And someone else, I've already talked to people that have come in from out of state that are interested in building over the top of the Utopia networks because they feel like they'll get the take rate because they can offer lower prices and they can build for less money.
Well, so my point is not I guess my point is not why you wouldn't build over Utopia now, but you could have done this before now. I mean, you're saying that you were waiting on Syracuse, but I mean, our agreements over the last couple of years is we would allow anybody in the city. Why didn't you just come in and start offering your service?
So it's very expensive to build fiber.
Yeah, I understand, but you're suggesting that it's not up to a financial agreement, and we were one of your
not a financial agreement with the city. So we've spent the last 20 years, even when we started our company, we knew fiber is where we wanted to end. Fiber and potentially 5G and some of the IoT type stuff that goes along with it. And so it took us this long to get the momentum, to get the customer base, to understand the technology well enough, to have actually gone out and started a construction company, to be able to actually pull in materials ourselves, to reduce our build costs to the point where it's attractive to external investment, where we'd still be able to maintain control of the company. So it literally took us 20 years to get to this point. So we actually did proofs of concept, and we started that process about 2 years ago. In 2018, we built the fiber ring for Kaysville City, but we went and used our independent funds to go and build a portion of Ogden City and a portion of Roy City out. And so we had to have the historical data behind what we can do with fiber, how we could do it, how we could tie everything together to be able to get the financing. We had to have the capacity to build, the capacity to bring the materials in, and just a whole slew of things to start a major telecommunications company. So it took us 20 years, but we bootstrapped it. We're an independent company, we're a private business. We had to push really hard and drive all those costs and all those prices down as much as possible. That's why it took so long.
Okay, so it sounds to me like part of it is that you're still very much in the new phase of deploying fiber.
So we know how to do everything. So we started building Far West City towards the end of February. And we ramped up from being able to pass 0 homes to we're now up to being able to pass 1,000 homes per month. And we will hit 2,000 homes a month capacity in a couple months. We're going to double it again. We are shooting for roughly 4,000 to 5,000 homes per month capacity for build. We're planning to pass 130,000 homes in the area. So we've modeled everything, we put everything together. We know things don't always go smoothly. We're actually way ahead of our model already. And so even as we are right now, we have the capacity to build past 60 to 80,000 homes fairly easily in the first 2 years.
So I guess what I was getting at is that we were approached by Utopia 4 years ago or 5 years ago, somewhere in there, and we didn't go forward with it. And we saw at the time that they had experienced some serious growing pains. Now, several years later, we see some established success in their new plan. What kind of information do you offer us to help us know that we're not still in the growing phase where we would be part of your growing pains?
So we've been running an ISP for 20 years. And so we understand backhaul, we understand infrastructure. We have a lot of the agreements in place. We've been working with fiber for a long time. The technology that we're using is the technology that Utopia is going to try to transition to. So they've been using VLANs. They're moving towards VXLANs. And so we're already using some of the technologies that they're trying to transition to, because it lowers costs, increases our capacity to service more people and not have the bottlenecks that they're having already in their network.
So you talked a little bit about that you guys would use local contractors or all in-house. What would be the capacity to build out this kind of aggressive model within all these cities at once and still be able to deliver on that kind of time frame?
So we actually are, to grow ergonomically, we do about a 50-50 split. And a lot of that is because we want to make sure our quality is where it needs to be. We don't want to just bring subcontractors on and have them build something and not have it work out well. So we want to make sure we have enough people in-house to do a really good job and take care of everything. And then we want to make sure that as we're bringing subcontractors on, that we are able to monitor and watch what they're doing and take care of their work as well. So what we've seen so far, we use a completely different build method than Utopia does. We still run conduit. There are a lot of things that are the same, but we've had an awful lot of contractors in Utah and subcontractors in Utah request to come work for us. We're intentionally not growing faster than we're able to manage or handle. And so from a subcontractor standpoint, we have a whole lot of people on a list that want to come work for us, even some that work for other major groups here in Utah. And then from an in-house perspective, the only thing slowing us down from getting more people is making sure our groups are completely trained the way we want them and taking care of things the way we need it.
So you don't anticipate that being like a time hang up to delay operations. And then, we received some feedback that like in Far West, for instance, there was a lot of learning and experience to get to there. So like, I was under the impression that, February was kind of day one and now you're here, but is it more like you learned a lot from them since, did you guys agree with them in 2019? Is that?
No, we actually.
Okay, because that's the kind of information
Yeah, so we didn't actually, the original plan with Far West City was very different than the model. And so Far West City, we used that as part of what we were gonna do for investment capital. We wanted to prove ahead of running fiber that we'd be able to get the take rate if we were planning to run fiber. Mm-hmm. So the entire agreement that we made with Far West City and our plan to move forward there was, let's come in, we'll put a whole bunch of high capacity wireless micro pops in. We'll get some of the fiber infrastructure through some connectivity off our core running off of I-15, and we'll set that up. Then we'll get a whole bunch of people connected. And once we hit a certain percentage connected, we'll come build fiber. So we followed exactly the plan we had with Far West City and launched in February to do the fiber.
So you feel like the implementation for fiber really is February then, kind of till now?
Yeah, that was like everything we set up with Far West City was I don't think we even slated to start in February. We were just ready before we thought. And the number was there before we thought it was going to happen. Yeah.
You answered a lot of my questions yesterday because we had a long conversation, so I don't feel like I necessarily have a.
Jordan and I met with him, so
Yeah.
I'm good.
That's a lot to think about.
So the only question is, where do we go from here? I know that we've received information from Paul. We do have an agreement in place. I know we actually got an email from X Mission today. So I guess, is there enough here that you'd want to change what we've agreed to? Realizing that could burn a bridge fairly seriously.
I'm pretty torn because I do think that this is with all the conversations we've had and what they've described, it's a model that could work and could be a major success. But the concern I have is just that we have an example of real world success that has worked with Utopia and has been working more recently with, I guess they're 10 for 10 on, or 9 out of 9 on the model they presented to us in regionally and similar situations. So yeah, and a lot of work has been put into Utopia. So I would probably err that way.
See, I think if it weren't for 25 years worth of debt that I don't get a say in retiring, that's my sticking point. And if it weren't for that, I would say let's move forward with this. But that's a big sticking point for me. Is a 25-year debt that I have no vote in retiring, that I don't know what technology will be in 25 years. And if 20 years from now, there's something new, for 5 years, our city budget is paying for fiber that may or may not be viable anymore. I wish I had a 25-year crystal ball. And so that's my sticking point. And that's something I said in the meeting too, is it's hard where we don't get a say.
That's definitely the weakest part of Utopia's whole strategy, is just that the member city piece really is a turnoff for some of us who have no vote in the retiring piece and paying off early.
They right now they could, like in their current model, they could pay off all of their debt in the next 10 years and then just collect from the cities for 15 and they have no obligation to retire debt. They said, yeah, they might think about it, but that wasn't very encouraging to me.
Yeah, they do have I think they have a long-term build out, right? And so there is going to be a point where they're not taking on new cities, I would assume, because they're a Utah public entity. I'm not positive that's the case, but I do think that they have kind of an end goal with Utopia that they would not be taking on additional. Is that your understanding, Brody?
I haven't.
You can only do so many cities.
Yeah, I haven't. Yeah, there's at some point there's a limit. Yeah, but I haven't heard what their plans are.
And if Connects comes in, that
Connects could be, or whatever the next person is, they could come build over the top of them, cut rates by 10%, and now again, Syracuse left totally in the bag, and we're stuck.
No, that's exactly why all this time I've been reluctant to jump on the bandwagon, but it really was presented at the time that in order to get fiber in our city, we were going to have to accept somebody's responsibility for commitment to the network. And so, and I do think the city needs fiber as an option. I just don't want anybody to have to be, I don't want anyone to be obligated to pay for it. And we seem to have that now, except for the city would have to backstop it in case of we don't get the subscriptions. Now that's the issue. All the numbers look like we'll get the subscriptions, so it wouldn't be an issue, but the bond will never go away.
Yeah, so let's say we
So
get
the bond is
50%
at
take
least
rate.
an obligation that will continue forever.
Yeah, let's say we get a 60% take rate for the
25
first
years.
15 years. And we with that 60% take rate, we
make enough money that would have paid off the bond.
Right, but they choose
But the
not
extra doesn't
to.
go to us.
But you have,
Or to servicing the debt.
So when we talked about that, I think what you're getting at is the risk reward factor.
Yes.
And we discussed previously which model we want to go with. The reward side is if the city did its own project, right?
Yeah.
Because we would put up the risk, we would float the bond, and we would collect the revenue off the subscriptions, and we could pay off the bond early if we got enough subscriptions. By using, by deciding on Utopia, what we decided was we weren't ready to go for that risk, but Utopia is, and they therefore get the benefit of that risk, not us. And so it is sort of a, you have to decide if you want the risk or the reward, or do you want to pass that off to someone else?
But right now we're being presented option C.
Yeah, and that was discussed previously too. This option though is not a commitment to every home. That is their goal, but they are not contractually bound to.
Right.
Unless they want to go that route and commit themselves to that, and they may. And that's fine.
We can't actually legally do it because then you'd have to actually legally commit your other franchisees. That's why I say that's our intent and our goal is you can't contractually force Comcast and CenturyLink as an independent entity to build the whole city, obviously. Having said that, we're city
That's what
builders.
you want to
We're
do,
going to
yeah.
build the city.
Well, and that's really one of my primary sticking points with this option is Utopia had a reputation that they didn't finish out cities 8-10 years ago. And that's long in their past, but we've just seen examples of where they finished a couple of neighboring cities in under 2 years. And so when my goal as a city representative would be that everybody in the city has access, on at least on their side, somebody just proved that they don't leave people out. And that was one of my questions that I really went hard on them about, was that they weren't going to say part of the city was going to be just left out because, hey, it's not profitable to go down that street. There's only a couple of people on it.
Yeah.
But I don't have any examples of that.
So we're building Far West right now.
Yeah, I know, but see, what I'm saying is I just have some physical examples and I don't have one to go.
So,
I'm not saying that you won't, I'm just saying that.
So what we're doing in Far West right now is we are building the bulk of the entire city. The only segments that we're even leaving out to a certain extent are segments that are county, that are outside of Far West City. But even those segments, we are actually working with Weber County on to have access to actually build those homes. And those are homes that even if 100% take rate is there and we get everyone connected to it, we will never make our money back. So we're very committed to building everyone that wants service. The areas in red on the map with Far West right now that we haven't started building is where we have 0% interest. We didn't even have a single person that wanted service. But for those areas, we still prepped it. Like we put fiber in and are prepared to go build that out as soon as someone says, I want fiber. Why are you guys not coming in here yet? So it doesn't make sense to build it right now if no one wants it. But we're still planning to build it. And in fact, even those segments, we a little bit believed in the if you build it, they will come as well. And so we still plan to build those areas out. We see ourselves as city builders, and we really want a complete product, and we want everyone to be happy. So that's what we're doing. There's no mechanism to legally have the cities do that because we come in as a private entity like the other franchisees. But we work with a bunch of other cities, like we're doing a lot of crazy stuff with Kaysville City and even with Ogden City right now. Like Ogden wants to actually own part of the fiber plant. They want to do the commercial. We're building the airport for them right now. They're paying for it. We're going to help build out the BDO with them, and they're going to get revenue off the open network portion of some of their commercial areas. We're doing some trade work with Kaysville City right now. Kaysville got some funding, and they want to actually own their own independent network for some things beyond their ring. And while we're building through their city, they're going to potentially use some of that grant money and we're going to help them get that built at an extremely reduced cost while we're doing it. Hazel's put in kind of a broadband plan where they're requiring developers to put in conduit, and they're going to have exercise kind of potentially the right to give or lease or let us use that in exchange for potentially building out future areas if it doesn't make fiscal sense. So we are more than happy to work something creative out with the city, but even without that stuff, we're planning to build the whole thing. Like, we plan it all out, we prep the fiber for it, we go build it if there's interest. That's what we're doing.
Did you mention a time frame? How long would it take you to build out all the interested areas, assuming you know reasonably soon?
So we like to
here or
let's say that I'm really what I care about is Syracuse.
Yep. We're within the 2 years. And so we really prefer to do the under promise over deliver thing. Like based off our models and things like that, we would probably have all the cities we have on board, and even some that might be coming on board. We could probably get done within 18 months. But we're setting the public interest level at about 2 years.
Which matches up with Utopia.
Yeah. Yep.
And you said all the interested areas. Did you mean the entirety of the city?
So
the areas don't have 0% take rate.
Yeah. So
I mean, I would still. So I think Utopia would guarantee that it's even the.
Yeah, they would build it to every home. So that is a difference here.
Yep.
Is he is not going to put it somewhere
that might potentially have an interest, but right now is
that right now, yeah. So that he would stub it in, but he wouldn't necessarily build that fiber. So that's the big difference. Is Utopia is fiber to every home. This is a business, so he's going to do it to everywhere that says they think they want it, and just provision for those future areas. So that's a risk that is.
And you have to get your neighbors.
A delta, yeah. So if you're the only guy in your street that wants it, you're probably not going to get it. Whereas with Utopia, you do.
Yeah. Well, and again, like I said, even those streets that we're seeing in Far West, where there's one person, we're still building that block out to get to the one. And there are a lot of scenarios where we have a logical build path, and we are going to build past or through areas that don't make any sense. So we still kind of go do the whole thing. And like I said, we still intend to come back and build those segments out, or even logistically, we might just build them out rather than moving machinery around. There are a lot of factors, but it is driven by what makes sense.
Sure. Yeah, and that's really like you said. I think you said it best. It's the private business model, right? Versus we're a public entity, and so we're going to offer it like it's generally infrastructure that we are a public utility to some extent.
Okay. Did you want to add anything? I mean, we've had our discussion.
I just asked Paul, would we be liable for a countersuit from Utopia since we have signed?
That's fine for this one.
We have signed there, and Mike, he doesn't think it would happen, but there might be someone on their board that would say, let's hurry and sign it so we can countersue.
Yeah.
Well, my concern to that really comes down to the fact that they said it's not official until they vote for it. We voted to move forward, but they told us, well, it's not official until our board of member cities accepts you. So
yeah, the contract's not enforceable until they.
I don't think it is until they agree.
Yeah, we could rescind if we wanted to before they accept it, and then likely we'd be okay.
Paul, you don't foresee any.
I'm not suggesting that as an action. I'm just trying to clarify that.
Yeah, I mean, I would love to hear the full legal opinion. I know you sent us an email, but I think that needs to be part of the discussion as if we are really considering this, what is our risk and liability? And it sounds like beyond burning a bridge that is important, that I feel is very important, but at the same time, is it 25 years important? And I don't know. I got to think on this some more.
What if we do this? What if we placed on the agenda for the 8th of June before we approve the minutes of the meeting, because we haven't approved these minutes yet, we can reconsider the motion.
Mm-hmm.
Before we approve those minutes, if we have a discussion again and call for a vote, what we want to do.
So a real key factor for me is they've put it in writing that if they accept our motion or if they accept our proposal, every home in Syracuse gets stuff in 2 years.
So I can go.
But if you're not, if we don't have really an agreement with you, then we don't really have an agreement. And
sure.
That's one of the things that concerns me is if we make a
utopia, not.
So here's what we're doing to work around the franchise problem. We're doing the franchise agreements with the city that's basic and works the same way as the franchise agreements that you'd have with Comcast or CenturyLink. But we are comfortable doing side agreements with the city, saying we can trade this or do this, or we can do these things to make sure that we build past everyone. And we're totally fine taking excess revenue from what we've already got within the city to make sure it's completed. And so it's just from a franchise perspective, we can't legally bind ourselves to do something that other franchisees aren't doing. But we're okay with working with you on a broadband plan or something like that to help make sure it happens. It just gets legally strange to try to put it all into a.
So just to balance this out, what I'm saying to the council is, right now we have a commitment that every home has this ability to sign up in 2 years right now.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if we get that same level of commitment.
And I think I agree with you, Dave.
I mean, I'm not saying that I don't like a lot of things about your plan, but at least I know that nobody's going to say, hey, we're 2 years later and I still can't sign up.
Or I'm the farm on the end of the lane.
And I'm worried that could happen. And somebody says, well, that was great for you, but it didn't work out for me.
And my goal here is not to change anyone's mind. I just want to make sure we have all the information in front of us. So I'm not going to try and push anyone's vote any direction. I just wanted to make sure that we all heard the other option.
That's fair.
There are things that are appealing. I don't like the 25-year agreement at all. But I do like the commitment that every home is accessed. So that's weighing on me on both sides.
And we're committed. And like I said, we'll do another agreement to work with the city to make sure it happens. It's just, we can't put it in a franchise agreement or put the city in a legally.
What are your thoughts on that, Paul? How would that even work?
Well, yeah, that's accurate. We can't require a franchisee to do things like that. But as far as like side agreements,
what would a side agreement look like?
It would need to have some sort of consideration, like you mentioned, like a broadband plan, something else. And then part of that agreement is that they would agree to go to a certain area. I mean, yeah, I think you could probably, I need to look at what you've worked out with other cities and see if that, I think it works.
And they're still working on it. Yeah. And so one of the things we're putting in our franchise agreements is any deal, any contract, anything we make with any other city as we're building out, you're welcome to add into the franchise agreement or a broadband plan. We're really not trying to hose someone by demographic or area or anything like that. We're trying to make it fair for everyone. And so we were working on broadband plan with Gainesville City. We're working on a broadband plan with Clinton City, but Clinton City actually decided, you know what, let's scrap the broadband plan for now because we know we can add it later if any other city does it and that we have the ability to do it. We just want to see what happens. We want to see how much you really do build past, if you really do complete it. And again, a lot of that's based off a lot longer time working with a council, working with a city, getting people to know us, having them have the opportunity to reach out with the people that we have worked with and understand that we do the things we say we're going to do. And so it's kind of hard, late to the table on this one. Like I said, I apologize for that. I wish we started working 6 months, a year ago with you, but we weren't building fiber on the scale that we're building on until February.
I'm hearing from you right now that these cities that you're working with are in progress. But what you wrote online was we did all these cities and led people to believe that that's done.
Franchise agreements.
I've received a lot of angry calls based on the fact that I could look at those cities and see that you had completed the work. And that was a misunderstanding that concerns me because now I'm dealing with the backlash of you have the evidence, they can do it.
Yeah. So we've completed, Far West City and built little segments out. We have not completed other cities. I don't know how, again, social media and Zoom versus in person.
It's a very difficult situation.
It's always a double-edged sword. So we really try to come in. We use social media very heavily to keep the citizens informed and work with them. And it is a huge double-edged sword. And we're constantly trying to help people on social media and get things organized and make sure things are running correctly for groups. You can join the Fiber for Far West group probably if you want to and see that process. There's always misinterpretation when things are written. It is very hard when you can't be here in person with someone and get a feel for it and read it. And so again, like, we want to work with the city and the citizens on things like that. If someone's believing something, I am more than happy to come out on social media if that's the venue for it and say, this is not what we mean. This is not what's happened up to this point. So we're okay with that. But again, if you've been following that one post and site, we're trying to notify. We're not trying to disobey even the rules that the moderators have on their sites for social media. We're not trying to push our business. We're trying to notify and inform people. We're very conscientious about that. When we actually build through a city, we do a ton of notification. We do door hangers, we knock doors, we let people know that we're doing construction, but we don't mark it while we're doing it unless they engage with us. I mean, we're very conscientious about trying to obey the laws and even the spirit of the laws that people have put forth in the things that they're doing. And so again, if that social media post is going to be problematic, we probably ought to have it removed altogether, and we're fine with that either way, whether you decide to go with Utopia or whether you consider us. Like, if it's going to cause a fallout, we don't want that to happen. If you're making a choice of moving forward, we're not going to come build in here because we feel like it would put you in a bad position if you have Utopia. But we don't want hard feelings either.
No, and I could foresee us, I mean, I know we've beat this to death a little bit, but I could foresee us, whatever direction we go, if somebody was asked what our reference is or whatever, we would say, here's what we went with, but you probably ought to consider these early on. These options, are out there and available, and we wish we had all the options available to us from the very onset, but timing, and where you guys were at with your company didn't seem like it was lined up with us at that time. But I could foresee that instance occurring. And so I think having a good relationship either way is important to.
And it's the crystal ball thing. Like, if we build all the surrounding cities and you had a conversation with us and you chose Utopia and everyone gets lower prices, you're going to get a lot of kickback for that. But you're probably going to get a lot of kickback for choosing us over Utopia too, for some of the reasons you're talking about. Until we've proven ourselves out. And then everyone's going to be like, oh yeah, you made the right choice. But until it's done.
Making the choice for everybody is not fun.
Yeah. But unfortunately, that's what city government does.
Yeah. We always wish we had a 25-year crystal ball
on
everything.
Well, what do you want to do, Council?
I like your idea of, bringing it to a discussion one last time before the 8th minutes approval.
Based on the fact that we can't vote tonight anyway,
I think
I'm not going
discussion.
to.
You're gonna what?
I'm not going to vote tonight.
Yeah, and like I say, you got the information. You got 2 weeks to stew on it, and we can talk about it in a couple weeks.
Okay. Cassie, are you hearing this?
Should we repeat it?
Yes, sorry, I couldn't unmute fast enough. Yes, I heard all of that in the minutes.
Okay.
On the agenda for June 8th.
But thank you for helping us tonight.
And we work long term with a lot of cities. It does take time. Talk to the people we've worked with who we've had relationships with for 5+ years, and vet us a little bit more, before coming to a decision. Like, I promise we are very, very easy to work with, and we really try to make things work well for the cities, not just the citizens too. We're interconnecting a lot of stuff. We're making things. We're doing IRUs, we're giving them direct access to data centers and things like that. We're doing a lot of really cool stuff that actually takes the dependence even off us as a company. So we just haven't had a chance to sit down and kind of go over all of that. I think we used more than our 10 minutes, but I was doing it based off what 10 minutes meant for the rest of your meeting, so.
It was right on time.
Yeah.
You're good.
All right, let's go on to this last one, discussion of future agenda items. Anybody?
I just have the one that I brought up in an email. I think that it would go a long way if we put forth a letter of support if we want to support the potential business coming.
I'm supportive of that.
Okay. Do you want to draft it?
Sure.
Will you?
Okay.
Let us know if you want any help or anything. Yeah, we can help.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Miss Syracuse pageant on June 12th. And people are invited to come and
Actually come.
yes. Well, and actually it did occur last year, but everybody was in masks and separated and everything, so it'll be fabulous. And I believe it's at the Syracuse Arts Academy again this year.
The
Make sure.
temple groundbreaking is that same day.
Earlier that day.
Earlier.
Any word on who gets to come?
Very few of us.
Dang it! Okay, let us know.
The mask mandate's over. Come on, what's the deal?
Not in some buildings on
I
Sundays.
heard the MC for that.
It's
is gonna be
outdoors.
top-notch.
Is
Well, I'm
what?
just thinking
The
there's some
MC
risk
for the
averse.
Syracuse pageant's gonna be top notch.
Yeah, is that you? That's awesome.
Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm good. Yeah, that's all.
The principal from Cook Elementary reached out to me again, just wanted to share the information about that they actually went out and delivered 200 flyers door to door out in Stillwater to inform them that this was indeed their school district boundaries or school boundaries, and they needed even more. They ran out, and that they are still wondering. I brought this up a few months back, but they're still wondering why Cook is not identified in the Connections magazine as one of our elementary schools. And they said they have staff that live here in Syracuse. They're very disappointed that this still has not been rectified. So I've never followed up with that.
We did mention that already to the magazine, and I thought that they had corrected that, and I thought I saw it in maybe
I just got the email
last month or 2 months ago.
Well, so he says, wondering why they're not in the city publication. I'm assuming they mean Connection.
Yeah.
Right? There wouldn't be any other.
I'll double check on that, but yeah,
Would you mind,
we
or
let them
if you
know.
give me his email, I'm happy to reach out.
Yeah.
And that's.
It seems strange.
Yeah, because I know you definitely, I think you CC'd me on the original correspondence with them months ago. So,
Anything else, Dave? Everybody okay? Let's stand adjourned.
please.
Thank
Okay.
Yeah. Crawl.
It's an early morning.
Pleasure to see you all.
Me too.
Now that we have a new policy, you won't see me anymore.
And no one's